All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today is Wednesday, April 9th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Game Control Board meeting for the month of April 2025. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. And may I ask that you all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. And for those of you wondering, Madam Secretary is not here. So she is watching online as well as our court reporter. So when we ask you to come up, we'll ask you to speak, spell your last name, and speak clearly so that the court reporter can take down everything that we're saying today. Today, we'll be covering all of our non-restricted items and the imposition of additional penalties that are alleged for horse racing violations noted on our agenda. Tomorrow, we will be covering our restricted items. And I'll get into a little bit more housekeeping after we go through our first item, which is public comment. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the attention of the board during public comment cannot be acted upon by the board. However, we of course want to hear comments from the public as well as any comments from my fellow board members. If there's anyone wishing to speak in Carson City, please step up to the podium, introduce yourself, spell your last name for the record. Not seeing a mad rush in Carson City. All right, that brings us to Las Vegas. Anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment, please come forward. Have a seat. You can push that little button on the microphone. It'll go from red to green. Introduce yourself, spell your last name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning. Ira Duyanen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN, the U.S. agency in charge of the federal labor law enforcement, obtained Texas emails, internal communications by station casinos executives and directors during discovery in one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. One example is text messages from the Director of Human Resources at Green Valley Ranch on May 5th, 2020. During the COVID pandemic. On that day, the GVR HR director directed a colleague to an internal company page about which employees had been laid off. She texted website updates with union team members that were laid off, so check it out. The colleague texted back, K, and then after 15 minutes wrote back, damn, cold-blooded. Within a minute, the GVR HR director wrote back, I love it. Las Vegas and the gaming industry were trying to survive a pandemic, and the website containing information about mass firing of Union Station Casinos employees was described as damn, cold-blooded, and the Director of Human Resources at the property of gaming license holder said, I love it. The day that she said, I love it, the Southern Nevada Health District reported 238 deaths and 1,270 hospitalizations, with 516 in ICUs in Clark County due to COVID-19 in March 20. We urge you to ask Station Casinos why one of its directors would love the apparent damn cold-blooded treatment of gaming industry employees. We must restate that in 3 years prior to the pandemic, over 5,300 gaming industry workers unionized at 8 Station Casinos properties, winning elections by a combined average of 65%. Then came the pandemic, the May 2020 mass firings at stations, and the May 5th, I love it text. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this morning? Seeing none, board members, any public comment this morning?
Nobody.
Oh, yes, please. Have a seat and push that little red button to your right.
Ok, me llamo José Raimundo García, trabajo en Boulder Station por 9 años. He sido líder del Comité de la Unión desde 2016, cuando ganamos la elección del NLRB para ser representados por la Unión Culinaria. El 30 de enero hablé ante la Comisión de Juego sobre mi experiencia en Stations. 3 semanas después fui disciplinado. 3 semanas después de eso fui suspendido y después despedido el 28 de marzo. Esto es lo que sucede en Station a los trabajadores que lanzan la lucha por una unión.
I'll be translating for Mr. Garcia, Garcia. My name is Jose Raimundo Garcia. I work at Boulder Station for 9 years. I have been a union committee leader since 2016 when we won an LRB election to be represented by the Culinary Union. On January 30th, I spoke at the Gaming Commission about my experience at stations. 3 weeks later, I was disciplined. 3 weeks after that, I was suspended and then terminated on March 28. This is what happens at stations who workers stand up and fight for a union. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? All right, seeing none, Madam Secretary, that will close our public comment. Please read in the next item on the agenda.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for March 2025.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We've all had the opportunity to review through last month's dispositions. I did not have any questions or comments. Unless either of my fellow board members had questions or comments regarding dispositions, I would take a motion on that item.
No questions by me.
I do not have any questions as well.
All right.
Therefore, I would move that we adopt the disposition from the March 2025 meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. And before we start our non-restricted calendar, let me do a bit of housekeeping for everybody here and everybody listening. The plan is today, since we have a 2-day meeting, which is the first time we've had that in about 4 years, we're going to take our non-restricted items 1 through 10. Hopefully this morning, we're going to take a lunch break around possibly noonish. Then we'll come back and we'll take non-restricted items 11 through 16. We're going to take non-restricted items 17 and 18 tomorrow, along with the restricted agenda. Also today, we are going to hear the matter regarding the horse racing violation. So hopefully that gives you some idea. If you're here on items 11 through 16, you're welcome to go have breakfast or lunch because we will not start that before 1:30. And we need to be out of here by 4 o'clock-ish, so we're going to have a busy afternoon. Madam Secretary, go ahead and read in non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Travis Lunn for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Secretary. I would disclose that Mr. Lunn and my wife worked together many, many years ago at the MGM. She reported to him directly, and I feel that a reasonable person in my shoes would not be unable to be fair and impartial. I feel that I can be fair and impartial, and therefore I make this disclosure, but I intend to fully participate in the proceedings.
Mr. McGinnis, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. To my right is the applicant, Travis Lunn. Also in attendance is Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President and Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. If it's acceptable to you, I thought I'd just turn it over to Travis and have him do a bio, and then we could open up to questions.
Great. Good morning.
Morning, Chair Hendrick and members. For the record, Travis Lunn, L-U-N-N. I'd be remiss if I didn't start, and I'll try to be brief in the bio on a couple of quick notes. One, I just wanted to express my gratitude to past and present legislators, members of the gaming board, and past and present leaders of the industry. I'm certainly a product of my environment. Moved to Las Vegas in the late 90s and just experienced the wonderful growth due to the foresight and the partnership among those three bodies. Second, if I just wanted to express one sort of overarching theme to my career really was the notion of pay it forward. And I'd be remiss, I wouldn't be here today applying for this if I didn't thank all the individuals that were so helpful in my career and really helped me get to where I am today. And one of the things I really challenged myself to do is pay that forward and really help others in their career. Really briefly, again, moved here in the late 90s, started off at the Golden Nugget, and then quickly moved over to the Venetian and Palazzo Resorts. What really intrigued me about that business model was the introduction of that group business, driving room nights and revenue Sunday through Thursday. Admittedly, I'm a Boston boy and raised, and my intention was to sort of garner that experience and move back. But as I mentioned, that incredible growth spurt here just created tremendous career opportunities here in Las Vegas. I spent over 12 years at the Venetian and Palazzo Resorts in a number of different roles through the operations, probably 10 over those 12 years. And a few of those were groundbreaking, sort of the first roles of their nature, such as a director of group reservations. Again, at the time in Las Vegas, 20 years or so, that MICE business, that group business was sort of just starting. And we were really able to develop new roles and opportunities career-wise. Really loved that side of the business, moved over to MGM Resorts, which I've proudly been a part of for about 12 years, coming up on my anniversary. Stayed on that hotel side of the business, but one of the things I was doing is rounding out my career progression. The gaming side of the business was an opportunity for me and benefit from MGM Resorts having regional properties that are truly gaming focused. So I moved from a senior vice president of operations at MGM Grand to the president of Beau Rivage in Biloxi, Mississippi. Really enjoyed my experience there. Would probably have stayed there, actually. Could have called it a career. They have a beautiful golf course, wonderful gaming environment. But my family and loved ones are all based here. And so on that journey to ultimately return to Las Vegas, I took a role and opportunity at the Borgata Casino in Atlantic City. In terms of a competitive playground, it is one of the most competitive markets that you have. It's been a market, unfortunately, that's been on the decline for a number of years. It was sort of oversaturated in casinos. You had the pressures from Pennsylvania. So in terms of learning the industry and learning the gaming markets, Atlantic City is probably one of the premier places to do that. I was able to take that experience and then really excited to be back here in Las Vegas and really back to my roots at the Mandalay Bay and Luxor and the W campus. The premier part of our business, obviously, here at MGM has a large portfolio of resorts along the Strip, and we really diversify our business. And our focus at Mandalay Bay and Luxor really is on that convention side of the business. And having grown up at that, if to speak, at Venetian and Palazzo, it's been a really amazing return. The amount of group and conventions, the business that we're able to attract here. We are the 5th largest convention center in the United States. And so to see that business actualized and to see the revenue and the visitation that we bring through the group market segment is really incredible and something that I'm personally passionate about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lund. Pleasure to have you with us today. I went through your materials and very impressive gaming background, gaming history, and I didn't have any questions. Might be the easiest non-restricted item number 1 that I've seen in many years. I assume Mr. McGinnis told you when you're non-restricted number 1, that could either be a good thing or a bad thing, right? So it's a good thing today. I didn't have any questions and very happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I echo the chairman's comments as well. Your background is very impressive. You've got plenty of experience in the gaming industry, from Beau Rivage to Borgata to Venetian and Palazzo, and now MGM agent Serenity Simpson did a fine job with the application. She provided us with all the necessary information and data that we needed. UNLV, Bachelor of Science in Hotel Admin. That always bodes well with the chairman, I know, former UNLV alum. So I'm very proud and happy to support your application as well.
Judge George. Member Sendall.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate the follow-up. yesterday. I think that, addressed all my questions that I had, and appreciate you being here. And yes, happy to support your application. And yes, I noticed the hotel administration degree from UNLV, and sounds like you're in a great place. You have great experience from your past experiences as well, like Biloxi and Regatta as well. So happy to support you.
Thank you very much. Seeing a game at the Legion is much better than my days at St. Boyd when I was attending UNLV. It's good to be back. Thank you.
Mr. McGinnis, anything else you'd like to add?
Just want to echo, thank the investigative team, Serenity Simpson and Chris Moyle. They were fantastic to work with.
Great,
Echo
thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 1.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye, motion passes. Probably the fastest number 1 ever. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. members.
Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Sean Lanny for finding of suitability as an officer and for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Yep. Good morning
McGinnis.
again, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Executive Secretary Rupert. I neglected her in the last item. Apologies. Sean McGinnis from Butler Snow on behalf of the MGM Resorts International. To my right is Sean Lanny, and again, also in attendance is Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. Similarly, I was thinking we could have Sean provide a little bit of his background and open up for questions.
That'd be great. Good morning.
Good morning. I guess I'll start a little bio on me, but I guess I'll start at the beginning. Born in Los Angeles, but I always felt very attached to Las Vegas, given my dad and his role in the industry here. Outside of a brief 2 years, grew up in Los Angeles until going to college at Santa Clara University. At that point, I had the opportunity to join MGM Resorts. Not however much gaming would have been a passion for me, working for my father was probably not. So I went pretty as far as I could. Ended up going to MGM China, helping to develop and open our property in MGM Macau in the end of 2007. Always wanted to go to China, always wanted to be a part of the kind of the Asian growth that my dad talked to me so much about my youth. But lo and behold, fell in love with the industry. I thought I would be doing it for about a year or two, and I joined almost 18 years ago. Stayed in Macau for about 2 years before joining our international development team, building our non-gaming hotels with MGM throughout Asia. Because due to some family issues with my father, I ended up moving back to the US and still stayed with MGM. Had the opportunity of joining our casino marketing with international marketing, learning that side of the business while playing to some of my skills, learning overseas how business worked and some of the networking. From there, I stayed in Las Vegas for about 6 years, fell in love with it, but also met my, soon-to-be wife. And in 2016, I was married. And in August of 2016, I moved back to Macau, had an opportunity to go and oversee part of the casino side in a leadership role. Just an immense opportunity I had. Learning, meeting some of the great people out there, still staying with MGM again, but just learning quite a bit. And from there, we had our oldest son in 2018. We had our oldest son, Mason. Stayed there in Hong Kong, and then going back and forth between Hong Kong and Macau. And with COVID hitting, stayed there for about 6 months and had the opportunity to come back to Las Vegas. And it was about time to get the family back home because we had our second son coming back in 2020, Hunter. By coming back to MGM, I had a kind of dual role. I was still overseeing a lot of the casino marketing in Macau while overseeing our international marketing team here in MGM Resorts. And so, good or bad, I was probably on a plane every few weeks back to Macau and Las Vegas. Not the best for a family life, but it was great for work because I really was able to see both sides of the company. In 2024, with the Cosmopolitan role opening up, I had the opportunity to interview and being selected. It was a great opportunity for me, both for the family side and learning more of the operation side. I believe Macau made me ready for it, but really being here, being in the Las Vegas side, it's really opened up a lot of doors and understanding and more appreciation for the city and the state. And again, not traveling as much, great on the family. And so I've been doing that for about a year, but just incredibly happy where I am and very appreciative for just the whole upbringing and appreciate being here today. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, and we're happy to have you here this morning. Tell us a little bit about your duties and responsibilities now and how much time you spend on your international marketing side versus your president COO role.
I would say from the cosmopolitan side takes about 75% of my time, international is about 25%. International is really more of a strategic guidance, not as much involved as the day-to-day. We've developed some great leaders of the last few years who've taken on some of those responsibilities for me, but still try to stay as engaged as I can.
So how often do you have to travel to Asia?
I'd say I go about twice a year, ideally.
Great. And I'm sure you hear all the time what a great guy your father was. He was a real giant in the industry and true icon. And based on what I'm seeing with your materials here and your history in the gaming industry, you're carrying on the family legacy very well in his footsteps. So congratulations to him and you for both everything you're doing for the gaming industry. And Mr. Madamba, pleasure to have you here with us this morning. Thank you for joining us. I didn't have anything that concerned me at all about your application. Your history, your background is very well suited to be involved and licensed in the Nevada gaming industry. So happy to support your application.
Truly appreciate that and appreciate the kind words of my father.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Obviously, I echo the comments of the chairman as well with regards to your dad. Terry was just a phenomenal human being, excellent professional, but even a better human being. He was so compassionate and benevolent. He did so much for the advancement of minorities and charities. He'll be missed. He left us way too soon. So you do have some big shoes to fill. I'm sure you could do it though. So Agent Lambert did a great job. She gave us all the information we needed. You have a spectacular resume. All the experience overseas, I think, will bode you very well. So I'm proud to support your application as well.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for being here. The only kind of general question I had is, I noticed you did an economics degree and then you kind of got into marketing as well. What was that experience like? And was your marketing experience just on the job or something you had from past experience or from your father?
I guess both, I would say. Growing up with my dad, I had the opportunity to go with him to many places, see experiences I never would have just without him. And I think that a little bit on the job training as a child. And then being able to be in Macau, I take a lot of that because there weren't a lot of people who wanted to move to Macau probably in 2007. And so I got thrown into a lot of different experiences. And so however much I love my economics degree, I felt like I just learned so many different things, and spending time understanding the marketing side of it. I was in a unique position, and it's just something I gravitated towards.
Thank you for that. And kind of the other question in reading this is, so do you speak Cantonese or Mandarin, or did you pick up any of that?
I could
side
order
of the culture?
lunch. Just to survive, I figured out how to order lunch, order dinner, but I took lessons. I tried it twice. It's really hard. I could do many things.
I can only imagine. That's why I was curious. Well, that's a lot of time there. Did he pick up, how to speak, and how did you get around, or was it not really an issue with the casino properties?
Hong Kong and Macau, actually, you could get by pretty easy. Like Hong Kong, everywhere is English. And then because of Hong Kong's kind of prevalence in Macau, you were able to get by. But there were a couple days that were bad, like trying to find the McDonald's.
Well, it's a great experience, and that you're willing to do that and put yourself out there to do that is incredible. I had a question for Mr. McGinnis. Just generally, I noticed someone's retiring. Ann Hoff, is there on the director's list? Is that coming in for licensure or replacement?
I presume it will be. It goes
Okay.
through the process. I mean, they announce the retirement, and then the company will, when they select someone to replace, and they will submit applications to go forward through the investigative process.
Okay, that was the only thing that kind of struck out to me, and I'm happy to support your application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McGinnis, anything else you'd like to add?
Just also want to thank the investigative team. Heather Lambert was great to deal with, Matt Doyle, and also Chief Rippey. Appreciate their efforts.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lanny. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 2.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to order of registration. It is also the applications of NP Red Rock LLC doing business as and at the various locations noted on the agenda for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race wagering. You also have the applications of RBG LLC doing business as Casablanca Resort and Casino and C and HRV LLC doing business as Virgin River Hotel and Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool, including off-track parimutuel race wagering operated by NP Red Rock LLC. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Regarding non-restricted items number 3 and 4, I'd like to make a disclosure that is not required by Nevada ethics laws, but is something I want to do in keeping with my belief of full transparency. I've also made a similar disclosure regarding Red Rock Resorts matters that appeared on previous board agendas. It is public knowledge that I was an executive with a company majority owned by Frank Fertitta III and Lorenzo Fertitta. I left employment of that company over 8 years ago, and I also had other previous business dealings with the 2 gentlemen. However, none of those business matters currently exist. To be very clear for the record, I was never an employee of Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos, and I have no pecuniary interest in any Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos matter, and this disclosure relates to business that was in the past and not any current commitments. For the record, I do not believe this disclosure is required by law, but because it has nothing to do with a gift, loan, pecuniary interest to me, any commitment by me in a private capacity to the interests of another person, nor involves any representation or counseling within the past year. Consequently, I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by these prior dealings. Moreover, my own personal judgment is not affected. Therefore, I'll be fully participating and voting on this matter as well as any future matters relating to Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos or their affiliated companies, unless, of course, other separate ethical considerations require disclosure and possible abstention at the appropriate time. Good morning, Mr. Rubenstein.
Good morning, Chair Hendricks, members Assad and Sendal, Madam Secretary. Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of Station Casinos and Red Rock Resorts. Appearing with me today at the dais here is Jason Simbel, the Director of Race and Sports Analysis. Jason McCormick, the VP of Race and Sports, sends his apologies. He came down with a contagious illness and used his discretion not to join us today. So I'm sure he regrets not being here. This is a pretty straightforward application, something you guys have seen before. Station Casinos is going to operate 3 more satellite books, 2 in Mesquite and 1 at Treasure Island. That will bring the total of number of books that they're going to manage to 19. There's really not much else to it. Mr. Simbel is here to answer any questions. We've reviewed the proposed conditions and find them acceptable. We've also reviewed draft number 3, dated March 19th, 2025 of the 12th revised order of registration and find that acceptable as well. March 19th, 2025.
Yeah, I don't know if we have that one. I was looking at March 10 draft 1. We'll put a pin in that and I'll check with investigations while we go through some questions. Let me start with asking you, what's the proposed timing on taking over these 3 satellite locations?
Sure. That's just to clarify, last name is spelled Simbal. So we're looking to hopefully launch sometime in early May. I believe in Mesquite, we have one more item that needs to be approved by their local enforcement agencies, which I believe that meeting is May 14th. So sometime after that, hopefully Treasure Island a couple weeks before that, if we're gained approval for you and NGC.
Thank you for that. And explain to us how the employee situation is going to work at all 3 of the properties.
Sure. So starting with TI, so those employees are all employees of station casinos. There were the employees that TI has of the sportsbook we've brought in to become station employees. So they will be onboarded here in the coming weeks and will become station employees, but resume working at the TI. Mesquite is a little bit of a different deal, different economic structure. So the employees there are employees of the Mesquite properties and will continue to be so.
That makes sense, and thank you for putting that on the record. Employee matters are always of great concern to us, as well as Nevada Gaming Commission, and always happy to see that employees are going to be retained when possible, and that their benefits and those kind of things are at least kept the same, if not enhanced in this situation. Glad to see that you've thought that through on the front end. Explain to me, I think I've got it in my materials here, but right now you're running the stadium platform for retail and GAN for mobile.
Yeah, that's right. So the GAN platform is still under Nevada field trial, hoping that resolves itself in the coming months. But while it's under field trial, the approval to use that for over the counter is only at our Boulder Station property as part of the field trial. So the stadium system is what we're using throughout the rest of our company, and that's what we'll be launching with at these properties. And then at some point, if we're able to get approval from Tech Division on the field trial, we'll roll out the GAN system at that time.
Yes, we're very aware of that field trial, and all hoping that it gets accomplished as soon as possible so that you can roll that out across all the properties. Our technology division, as well as the independent testing labs and GAN and your property, have all been working very hard. So I'm hoping that the timing is a lot closer than it was when we last had this conversation with GAN a couple of months ago. And Mr. Rubenstein, you mentioned that you've reviewed the conditions and are agreeable to those. So thank you for putting that on the record. We are checking the order right now to just be sure we have the right draft, and investigations will chat with you about that in a second. In the meantime, Judge Assad, did you have questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here in person. The only questions I had were regarding the signage. Given the satellite locations, is it going to be station, or is it going to be TI run by station, or can you go into that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. So for the TI, they're branded the Golden Circle. That's their sportsbook brand. They have a bar restaurant that is like adjacent to the sportsbook that they call the Golden Circle. So we're going to brand things STN Sports at the Golden Circle, and we'll have some STN Sports signage within the sportsbook itself, including some of promotional materials and things like that. At Mesquite, it's going to be fully branded STN Sports for both the Casablanca and Virgin River, and that will just be a full branded STN Sportsbook. Would be no different than if you were to walk into Red Rock or Green Valley Ranch, for example.
And is that the same situation at the El Cortez?
Yep, exactly the same as El Cortez. Yes.
You'll have in-game wagering, I understand, but only on the mobile app?
That's correct. Yeah. In-game wagering right now, we're only doing on our mobile app. The over-the-counter properties don't have in-game wagering at this time.
Is that something you're going to look at in the future to provide?
Absolutely. That's actually part of what we're hoping to roll out after the field trial can conclude, because that will open up the in-game wagering to both the kiosks and the over-the-counter terminals.
That was my next question. So you have kiosks?
We do, yes.
And then they will be able to take in-game wagering at the kiosk as well?
Yeah, so the current kiosks that we have and that we're launching with are connected to the stadium system, no in-game wagering.
They can do in-game wagering?
Not currently.
Not, okay.
On the kiosks that are connected to the stadium system, not currently. When we launch, or at some point, if we are able to launch the GAN system, then it will open up for the kiosks.
I got it. Okay, great. The Agent Friedlander did a very good job. A lot of information here. It's pretty similar to what you've done at, I think, what is it, Fontainebleau and the El Cortez?
That's right, yes.
So it's going to be a seamless transition there as well. And those are all the questions I had. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, just touching on some of the things you mentioned. So are the terms of this kind of arrangement with um, Virgin River and Casablanca very similar, 5-year term, the options that you do at a lot of your other properties?
Yeah, for the most part, it's a blueprint of some of our other deals. Yeah.
Okay. And then really the only reason Treasure Island is different is just because they wanted to maintain some of their existing.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a different business asks for us as an operator, and we were flexible to those. So that's why the structure is slightly different.
Got it. And then as far as any sort of new equipment that's being brought in or required for these different locations, can you just touch upon that?
Sure. So initially upon launch, we do have some new equipment coming. I think Mesquite properties are getting 8 kiosks. They currently don't have any, so those will be added here in the coming weeks. And then the retail POS terminals that are being used are PCs that are going to be added as well. The TI is a little bit different because their existing equipment is relatively new, so we're able to just kind of take that over and use those. And then again, back to the new system changeover. Hopefully over the summer we're able to roll that out, and there's new equipment for those at that time.
I believe those were all my questions. And then just to confirm, there's no plans for any sort of large capital improvements at any of these locations? Okay. Okay, thanks. Sure.
All right, Chief Rippey, are we working off of which draft of the order?
Draft number 1 is the correct order. So the one that you received is the same, but the date is just incorrect. So that was the date it was sent to him for review. So you can work off draft number 1 dated 3/10/25.
Draft number 1 dated 3/10/2025, 12th revised order registration. Mr. Rubenstein, is that the draft you have in front of you? You just had it received on the 16th?
No, I actually do have a different draft.
Okay, well, why don't we take a moment here and Chief Rippey will show you his draft. Why don't you go over and
I
show
see
that?
Deputy Chief Teggio at the,
We have confirmed with staff it is the same draft, but the date it was sent was, I believe, March 19th. So that's why it was a draft number 3. However, draft number 1 and draft number 3 are the same.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So that we're working off the correct draft. Go ahead, Deputy Chief Teggio.
It is draft number 1 dated March 10th, 2025. There's been a couple of different revisions to it, but it was all done prior to distribution.
All right, why don't you explain to us what those revisions were?
I sent an initial draft out, or I gave Deputy Chief Doyle and Agent Friedlander an initial draft of the order, and then it was returned back by Michelle Flater of Red Rock with some additional corrections. I made those, and then I made another couple of quick corrections that I caught.
All right. So what the board members have in front of them is draft number 1 dated 3/10/2025. Mr. Rubenstein, what you have in front of you is a draft number 1 dated 3/16, 3/19.
mine actually says draft number 3.
Draft 3.
And 3/19.
3/19/2025.
But if we can take a second off the record, maybe I can go talk to Chief Rippey and we can compare.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do. I would trail this, but I'm guessing that you have non-restricted number 4.
I do.
You do. All right. Why don't we do this? Just because I want to be sure the record is very clear that what we're looking at is what you're looking at.
Exactly.
And I think that's what Deputy Chief Teggio is explaining to us, is that all of the body of this is the same. It's just I want to be sure that we send the right draft to the Nevada Gaming Commission. So here's what I'd like to do. Let's trail number 3. Let's not take number 4. And then you clarify that with investigations, Mr. Teggio, if you need to. We're going to take non-restricted 5, and then we'll come back and we'll pick up non-restricted number 3, and then we'll do number 4. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Perfect. All right. So we're going to trail number 3. We're going to pass over number 4, Madam Secretary. So if you don't mind, please read into the record non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Peppermill Casinos, Inc., Wendover Casinos, Inc., and PACA Limited Liability Company for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of the William A. and Mary Ann T. Pagnetti Family Trust for registration as a holding company and for licensure as a shareholder as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Mary Ann Pagnetti and William Pagnetti for finding of suitability and/or licensure as a trustee, beneficiary, officer, and/or director as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. In the interest of full transparency, I am disclosing the fact that my father-in-law worked for the Peppermill Casinos for approximately 36 years in various roles. He has since retired some 15 years ago. In addition, I attended high school and graduated with Mr. Billy Pagnetti. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to Mrs. Pagnetti or Mr. Pagnetti. I believe that these noted relations will not impair my ability to impartially review or render a decision upon this agenda item, and that a reasonable person in a similar situation would not be required to refrain from participating or voting on this item. Madam Secretary, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and any future meetings. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Alonso.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of the applicants as read into the record by Madam Secretary. It is my privilege to introduce you to Mary Ann Pagnetti and William N. Pagnetti, who is also known as Billy. This is their first time appearing in front of the board as applicants for approvals. Before I get into the presentation, I would like to take a moment to recognize your staff, Special Agent Justin Schweitzer, Supervisor Chris Moyle, and Chief Rippey. They were very professional, very courteous, and great to work with on these applications. I know the agenda for these applications contains a lot of information, over 3 pages, but we believe the applications are very straightforward. The applications before you were submitted after William A. Pagnetti passed away a little over a year ago. William A. Pagnetti, or Bill as he was known to everybody, was one of the 2 founders of Peppermill Casinos, Inc., Wendover Casinos, Inc., and PACA Limited Liability Company. Bill was a licensee in Nevada for over 50 years, and he built 2 very successful gaming and hospitality companies that operate 5 resort casinos in Reno, Sparks, and Wendover, as well as the iconic Peppermill Coffee Shop and Lounge in the Las Vegas Strip. Bill and Mary Ann have their estate plan set up with 2 separate trusts. The William A. Pagnetti Gaming Trust, which holds all the gaming stock in the gaming companies. Bill was the sole trustee and the lifetime beneficiary of that trust. Mary Ann is a successor trustee and seeking to be licensed in that capacity. The Pagnetti estate plan also includes the William A. and Mary Ann T. Pagnetti Family Trust, which is the successor beneficiary to the gaming trust. Once the estate's fully administered with the approval of the commission, you would have the transfer of interest of the gaming equity securities from the gaming trust to the family trust. The family trust is also seeking to be registered as a holding company and to be found suitable as a shareholder of Peppermill Casinos, Inc., Wendover Casinos, Inc., and a 50% member of PACA, which is the limited liability company. Mary Ann is also seeking finding a suitability as a trustee and beneficiary of the family trust. Billy is seeking to be found suitable as a co-trustee with his mom of the family trust. And as a final part of Bill and Mary Ann's estate planning, they created what we refer to as the 2021 trusts, and those trusts hold non-voting securities in Peppermill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. for the Pagnetti children. Billy is a successor trustee to his father for the 2021 trust, and he's seeking a finding of suitability as the trustee of all of the 2021 trusts, as well as a beneficiary of the William N. Pagnetti 2021 trust. And finally, after Bill passed away, the board of directors of Peppermill Casinos, Inc., Wendover Casinos, Inc. appointed Billy as president and chief executive officer of those entities, and also as a member of the board of directors of those companies. Billy has worked for those family-run casinos with his father for many years and has been groomed to be Bill's successor. As a result, Billy has applied for licensing as an officer and a director of those companies. I'm happy to take a moment if the board members have any questions about the applications before I turn to the individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Yes, a lot of paperwork, but very well put together. And I didn't have any questions on the applications regarding the estate planning. I did want to say, though, to Mrs. Paganetti and to Mr. Paganetti that we were all very saddened to hear about the loss of your husband and father. Great man, great industry veteran, and sad to have him missing from our community. And my condolences to you, both of you and your family. I commend Mr. Paganetti and all of you and your family for getting involved in the beginning of estate planning. It made, I'm sure, your lives easier to have these gaming trusts in place, and it certainly makes our life easier. So the applications themselves were very straightforward and made our job, as I said, a lot easier. Judge Assad, did you have questions regarding the estate planning applications before we turn to the individuals?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions, just I want to echo Chairman's comments regarding the passing of Mr. Pagnetti. My condolences as well.
Thank you.
Tough loss. The report was very well put together by Justin Schweitzer. Excellent presentation by Mr. Alonso. It's pretty clear cut. I don't have any questions, no concerns. So I'm happy to support that part of the application.
Member Sindall.
Yeah, nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Alonso, and as you noted, there were administrative approvals that I was happy to grant in February 2024, which has got us to where we are today. Very happy that the legislature allowed the Game Control Board and the Gaming Commission regulations to allow for those processes so that we don't have unlicensed people being involved in a licensed property. So I believe that was done by me back in February of 2024. And as I stated, very, very happy to do that for continuity purposes.
And we appreciate that very much, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I worked on that legislation with you as well, and it was a very good change to the law, and we appreciate that you granted those temporary approvals. With that, Mary Ann does not have an affirmative presentation. She's happy to answer any questions. I just would add to the record that she will be in her capacity as shareholder. She's not going to be actively involved in the operation of the casinos. She's going to leave that to her son. And she's happy to answer any questions and address the board if you would like that. Otherwise, we'd move on to Billy and have him provide some background and his experience in his position today.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. And again, Mrs. Paganetti, pleasure to have you with us here today. I reviewed all the information in your application. Everything obviously was very well in order, and appreciate Mr. Alonso stating for the record, the only thing I was going to ask is if you had any intention of being involved in day-to-day operations, and Mr. Alonso said you didn't. Is there anything you'd like to tell the board about what you plan to do with this, or supporting your son being involved in the advisory role, or anything else you'd like to tell the board this morning?
Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, and Member Sindel, I just plan to support my son. I have no intention of being involved in the business at all.
Appreciate that. As I said, the application materials, your history and what your family's done for the gaming industry and for Northern Nevada is very well appreciated. So I'm very happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Yeah, no, that's probably a very smart decision. I don't have any questions for you. I wish you all the best.
Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you. The only thing to add to that I wanted to clarify is as far as overseeing the trust management as well, Mr. Paganetti will be handling that role, or will you be involved in that part at all?
Mary Ann will be the primary trustee. Billy's going to be a co-trustee with her, but she'll be in charge of the family investments to the trust.
That's all I had. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alonso, let's move over to Mr. Paganetti.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary, Billy Paganetti for the record, P-A-G-A-N-E-T-T-I. I want to thank all of you for your time today. This is a tremendous honor to be here, and really excited for it. I really appreciate the opportunity. A little bit of background on myself. Born and raised in Reno. Did not grow up working at the pepper mill. As close as my father and I were, we were best friends, couldn't be closer. He never wanted to push me in that route, And I always looked at the Peppermill as his success, and I want to kind of go and create my own success. So after graduating high school in 2001, I got a baseball scholarship to Stanford University. Baseball career didn't turn out quite how I wanted it to, but graduated from Stanford in 2005, moved back to Reno in the middle of 2006. And that was a really exciting time for the Peppermill. We were going through a big expansion, at least for us around that time. So I'd asked my dad, hey, what are your thoughts if I came and worked for you at the Peppermill? And he seemed pretty excited, but he said under two conditions. One, I had to earn it. And two, we'll give it a 1-year trial. And after that year, both of us have to like it, continue to go forward with it. And if either one of us doesn't, no pressure, no harm, no foul. But fortunately for me, after that year, we both liked it. And I've been there a little over 18 years now. So first 3 years was what I call like an executive internship. My first job was in January 2007 as a porter in the cleaning department on all 3 shifts. And over that 3+ year time period, I didn't hit every single department at the Peppermill, but I hit the vast majority of them and did not become an expert at any one department, but got a good working knowledge of each department, how they interacted with the company, kind of how the Peppermill was ran. So after that, little over 3 years, started getting exposure at Western Village, our property in Sparks, and Wendover, our 3 casinos out there for a few years. Then focused on casino marketing for a few years and really enjoyed that. And then in 2013, became the general manager of Western Village. And then in 2014, became the general manager at Peppermill Reno. And then at that time, ownership wanted me to get more involved in the operations in Wendover as well. So started going about once a week with my father out to Wendover, try and help out as much as I could there and try to learn more about those operations. And did the GM role at Western Village and Peppermill, Reno, and going out to Wendover for around probably 8 years or so. And then around late 2021, we named a general manager out of Wendover for the first time in over 20 years. Our previous general manager had been there 20 years. So I started going about 1 to 2 times a week and getting more involved in the Wendover operations around 2021, 2022. My dad was still heavily involved in the company, but he was focusing more on CapEx and construction. And for 17+ years being mentored by my father every day was just a huge blessing. Healthy debate and just learning from him was a tremendous blessing. And then he passed away at the end of 2023. And then I was promoted to president and CEO of Peppermill Casinos and Wendover Casinos. And been doing that a little bit over a year now. And I think things are going well. I've been very fortunate with the team we have at our companies, from the front line to management to the executives. It's a very loyal team, a lot of 40+ year employees, a lot of 30+ year employees, and just really with a great team that I couldn't ask for a better team. In terms of spending my time, I spend most of my time at Peppermill Reno. That's where my home office is. I try to get over to Western Village about 2 to 3 times a week. I try to get out to Wendover about 1 to 2 times a week. And then I try to get back down here to Las Vegas about 1 to 2 times a quarter because I help with overseeing the restaurant here on the Las Vegas Strip. So it's a little bit about my background and happy to answer any questions if you have them.
That's great. Excellent presentation. You answered most of my questions by filling us in what your day-to-day operations are and how you separate your time between the properties. Great story. Obviously, a great background in the industry. And I was surprised that you've been involved so long in the industry. This is your first time appearing before the board, but very happy to have you before us today, as well as Mrs. Paganetti. How was the investigative process? First time going through that?
It was hard. It was intense. It was hard, but it got me a lot more organized in my life. And senior agent Justin Schweitzer and supervisor Moyle, they were phenomenal. I think they were a tremendous asset to the gaming, and they were polite, they were friendly, and they communicated very well. But it was, it's an intense process, and I totally respect and I totally understand it.
That's great to hear. And as you said, probably good for you to now have all your life in one neat little box, right?
Absolutely.
Great. As I said, based on your background and your very long history in the Nevada gaming industry, I'm very happy to support your recommendation to the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you for being here in person. I appreciate that background. It was very interesting. What happened to the baseball career?
A few injuries, and then just didn't pan out how I wanted. But in hindsight, maybe I'll get a little emotional, but working with my dad for 17 years was one of the highlights of my life. So in hindsight, I'm happy it turned out the way it did.
What position did you play?
I got recruited there as a first baseman and corner outfielder, broke my wrist, converted to a pitcher the following year, tore my labrum. So 3 at-bats and 11 innings pitched in the Stanford career wasn't what I had in mind, but it helped pay for my education. So
At least it was quick.
yeah, it was quick. That's right. That's right.
So you started out as a sociology major,
Yes, sir.
and tell me how you transitioned away from that into gaming.
Yeah. So again, growing up, like I was so proud of the Peppermill, so proud of my father, loved going to the Peppermill, eating at the buffet or the arcade growing up. But gaming just truly never entered my mind that was something I wanted to do. I always looked at my dad as that's his success. And so when I went to Stanford, I was interested in sociology and political science, and coming back from injuries to try and get back on the field. So graduated in 2005, went down to Arizona State for a year, coached some baseball down there, and then realized, hey, I'd done baseball since the age of 4 to 23. Let's try something else. Moved back to Reno, not even thinking about the Peppermill at that time, but I was going through a walkthrough dinner with our family, and my dad was walking us through the expansion of the Tuscan Tower and the Tuscan Ballroom and a new steakhouse. And I was kind of like, well, let's give it a try.
Yeah.
So that was the thought process.
Nice. What's your favorite pro team?
Pro team, the Chicago Cubs.
Not the Giants?
No, not the Giants. I know the Reno market will probably get mad at me for saying that, but yeah, the Cubs. I played after I graduated college at Stanford. I played like 7 to 9 weeks of minor league ball with the Cubs at the rookie level.
Oh, that's how.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, so I have a little bit of loyalty.
There you go.
To them.
All right. Very good. Very good. And then your dad was tough, man. He made you start out as a porter?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
That's really starting out at the bottom.
I loved it though. I still have friends in that department, frontline workers in that department
Yeah.
today. And each department, sometimes I was working the front lines.
Yeah.
Other times I was just being mentored by management or directors. But it's looking back that the foundation that worked in those frontline positions. And I mean, my dad he was old school. He was tough,
Yeah.
all about cleanliness.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it was like, you're going in the cleaning department. So went through a variety of different roles. Some I enjoyed more than others, but I am very thankful I started in the cleaning department.
Keeps you humble.
No doubt about it. Yes, sir.
So how many roughly employees altogether do you have?
There's about 4,600 corporate wide, a little bit over 4,600 corporate wide for Pembroke casinos and Windover casinos combined.
Well, we thank you for that. And I'm sure the folks up in northern part of the state appreciate that as well. So that's great. We'd love to hear that.
Thank you, sir.
And then the Peppermill down here is an iconic restaurant. Do they still have that circular little
Fire pit in the
fireplace?
fireside lounge. Yes, sir.
It's still there.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Colored sugar, neon everywhere.
Yeah.
A little bit retro. So we want to keep it that way.
Yeah, it used to be one of the chairman and I's hangouts, I think. So we spent a lot of time down there. It's iconic. I appreciate that presentation. So thank you very much. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you so much, sir.
Member Sendall.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for being here. And really, you kind of addressed everything in your opening and then answering all the questions from the chairman and the judge. I obviously very proud to see a fellow high school graduate doing so well and supporting the Northern Nevada and state really and all over. But yeah, sorry, your baseball career didn't work out. I was sad to read that for you. But like you said, life, provides you different opportunities in different ways, and it's what you make out of it. And I was kind of curious, how you kind of touched on how you got into gaming, because it didn't seem like that was the intent in the beginning.
No, it wasn't. And my dad never wanted to pressure me growing up. And I think he would have been fine if I chose not to get into gaming. But I think when I asked the question about a first job there, I think he was excited about that. So
yeah. When you were at ASU, did you study anything there, or was that purely coaching? And
no, I started off as a graduate manager and took a few graduate classes. I think some, physical activity type classes. And then some point middle in that year became an assistant coach. So
Got it. All right. Do you have anything you could share on maybe the future plans for the Peppermill, or what you look at, moving forward, or anything of that nature, or pretty much kind of as is?
With my dad passing, we the board of the directors and the directors' employees, we have a pretty good recipe going in our minds, and we're in a healthy spot financially, debt, EBITDA, and we want to keep that going. But I do feel a big part of my role is the 1, 3, 5, 10-year plan. So nothing immediately on the horizons, but always thinking of how we could potentially grow smartly and when it makes sense without forcing it.
So it sounds like we might see you again.
I hope so.
I don't have anything else. I'm happy to support your application and thank you for the background.
So thank you.
Mr. Alonso, anything else you'd like to add?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you all for your questions and for your time, and we just appreciate positive recommendation of the commission.
Great. I would entertain a motion then on this non-restricted. I believe we're on number 5.
Correct. Thank you, Chairman. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Good luck to
Thank
you all.
you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, we're going to go back now to non-restricted item number 3. Mr. Rubenstein, if you take your seat, and why don't you tell us where we're at on the order for the 12th revised?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I conferred with Chief Rippey, and the draft that I have, and I'll leave out the numbers and dates, conforms with the draft that you have. And so we find it acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. So for the record, you are acceptable with draft number 1 dated 3/10/2025 of the Red Rock Resorts, Inc. 12th revised order of registration.
That is correct. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So that will be the one we will be having a motion on. Board members, is there anything else you'd like to add or question regarding this non-restricted item number 3?
Not by me.
No, all my questions were addressed. Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein.
Anything else, Mr. Rubenstein, you'd like to add?
No, just again, thank you to Agent Freelander. She did an excellent job.
Great. Ms. Pasqualato, you joined us here this morning. Anything you'd like to add? We'll take that as a decline. Very good. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for appearing with us today. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 3.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert to include the 12th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated 3/10/25 with the following conditions. Any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between NP Red Rock LLC and the property owner must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and or parimutuel race wagering operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, the Audit Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.225 and 22.040. Prior notification of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required by NP Red Rock LLC before converting a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation, or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any of the licensed locations utilize both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior notification to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required before closing or reopening a manned satellite operation. With regard to Casablanca and Virgin River, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers are deemed employees of NP Red Rock LLC pursuant to the contract between the RBG LLC, DBA Casablanca Resort and Casino, and C and HRV LLC, DBA Virgin River Hotel and Casino, and NP Red Rock LLC, and are considered employees pursuant to the NRS Chapter 463 and NGC regulations promulgated thereunder.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Christopher Foster for licensure as a key executive at Station Casinos, LLC. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I will just incorporate by reference the disclosure that I made on non-restricted item number 3. Good morning, Mr. Rubenstein.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein, appearing on behalf of Station Casinos and the individual applicant. With me today is Mr. Foster, who goes by CJ. CJ Foster, the Senior VP and Chief Information Officer for Station Casinos. Mr. Foster is here to tell you a little bit about himself and to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Foster.
Morning. How are you guys? Thank you very much for having me. First, before I get started, Agent Lopez was great to work with. Really appreciated his assistance and effort through this. I moved to Las Vegas in 1998, shortly after graduating from Baylor University in Waco, Texas. I thought I would be here for a couple of years and got lucky enough to find an industry that I fell in love with. And so I've been here for 26 years. I started at the Las Vegas Hilton, what was then Park Place Entertainment, as just a PC tech, replacing desktops for Y2K, surprisingly. What was lucky about it is when I got in the industry, technology wasn't a big thing here. I kind of got in right at the beginning of this big wave of technology, and I got to learn this great industry by applying technology to it. I quickly became the regional director of IT for what was then Caesars Entertainment, running all their IT operations for Nevada. Harrah's acquired the Caesars properties in 2005. I got to know a gentleman named Gary Selesner very, very well. And kind of confided in Gary that I felt like I was more of a business guy that understood technology, and I'd really like the opportunity to run a hotel. And he quickly moved me into hotel operations at Caesars Palace. And I learned to run that hotel over about a 4-year period. And then he asked me again to do some continuous improvement during the downturn of the economy in 2008. Did that for a little while. And then the company asked me to move to Atlantic City to run Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City, that hotel. And I did that for 3 years. I did get married and have my first daughter, or my only daughter, my first child, in that time, and quickly realized I couldn't be the father and husband I wanted to be and be the hotelier I wanted to be at the same time, even though I loved running hotels. And so I was given the opportunity to come back to Las Vegas in IT for Caesars Entertainment. Did a number of roles in that IT department, and then in 2018 was asked to move to Station Casinos to be its first Chief Information Security Officer and establish its cybersecurity posture. Over the last 7 years, or about 4 years, but we established what I think is an industry-leading cybersecurity posture at Station Casinos. And then about 2 years ago, they asked me to move into the CIO role, or I guess about a year and a half ago, to move into the CIO role. So, and I'm looking forward to that opportunity.
Great. Pleasure to have you with us here this morning, and appreciate your presentation. Tell us a little bit more about your duties on a day-to-day basis. Is it property-based? Is it corporate-based? So where are you spending your time?
I'm corporate-based. We have leaders that run our properties. They run the day-to-day operations of those properties from a support perspective. I more manage sort of our enterprise direction and strategy from enterprise technology. Whether that's still very much involved in cybersecurity, how we're thinking about our network architecture, things like that, certainly internally developed apps and vendor delivered apps. And then sort of on the new is paying down tech debt and modernizing a lot of our platforms that need it, but also starting to develop our data and AI strategies as we move forward and try and leverage that exciting new technology.
Do you have a Chief Information Security Officer?
I do. My director of cybersecurity replaced me as our Chief Information Security Officer.
And who does he report to?
He reports directly to me.
And who makes financial decisions if the CISO says we need a piece of cybersecurity, software, hardware? Who does he go to?
Typically, a financial decision is going to go to what we call our IT steering committee, ITSC, and we say, hey, we would like to buy this piece of technology to mitigate this level of risk. And then it's approved in that, and we move forward. We do meet with the board quarterly and update them on where we're at from a cybersecurity perspective, both from a threat, vulnerability management and initiatives perspective.
Appreciate that. And obviously, cybersecurity is always on the top of our mind here, and protecting the industry, protecting obviously the customers and everybody involved. I noted that your role is also in charge of IT operations. Tell us about how much time you spend on that versus your other duties.
I would say IT operations, and for that, I think IT operations is our local IT tech staff that are just dealing with support tickets out in the field, or our solution center. That's probably 10% of my time. Again, we've got a really great team there and great sort of management that manage that. If big items come up, more from an outage perspective, if slot force start having tremendous amounts of issues, I will get deeply engaged in that and understanding what root cause analysis is. Let's get to root cause. Let's understand our countermeasures. What are we going to do to ensure we don't continue to have those problems and bring stability to the floor? It would be more in those scenarios, but on a day-to-day, it's probably 10% of my time.
Great. I appreciate that. As you noted, we have a very detailed background investigation on you, your history, your work history, your education, and I didn't have any areas of concern. I'm very happy to support your application and appreciate you being here this morning.
Thanks, sir.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. Foster, in person. I appreciate that. I don't have too many questions. I was just curious a little bit about your cybersecurity protocols. If you could talk a little bit about what you do before. Are you bringing in any outside companies like CrowdStrike or Okta? And then what are the protocols, God forbid, if you do get hit with a cybersecurity attack?
Sure. Our strategy is what we call a defense in depth strategy. And so we understand that no one single solution is going to protect us. And I really don't enjoy the term cybersecurity. In my view, I don't secure anything in today's world. What we do when we establish our posture is we mitigate risk, and we understand where our risk is and how do we buy down that risk, whether either through technology or process, right? And then the other piece of that is readying my team to respond when that bad thing happens. And again, thank God we have not had that bad thing happen to us. We use all of what I would say the big players. You mentioned CrowdStrike. We have CrowdStrike in our world. We use Palo Alto from a firewall perspective. And we're very diligent about how we build that stack to make sure that it's tightly integrated. And we understand as bad actors use what's called a miter chain attack, how they would move through that and how we would stop at each step of that process and create visibility. When I first took over, our time to respond was probably measured in weeks, maybe months. And now we're probably in days, maybe even hours, that we would know that something is happening in our environment, and all would converge to start to understand that. And from a protocols perspective, we do quarterly tabletops with what we call our CSIRT, which is just the security incident response team that has people like Jeff Welch, Scott Krieger, Stephen Cootie. And those would be the people convened if the bad thing happened to start to move through it. So we meet with them quarterly to help them understand what is our process. Are we making changes to our incident response plan? How do we want to think about different things? And then we do what we call red team, blue teams with our technical staff, where we do augmented attacks and help them understand new ways bad actors are leveraging technology to get in and how we would mitigate those sorts of things. And then again, a number of other things. Intrusion testing, we bring what we call white hats to the table to try and break into our environment and tell us where we have opportunities to get better.
Okay. Do you have any suggestions on, I'm pretty sure you got to be familiar with our reg, what is it, 5.225 or something like that, that deals with this issue. Do you like that reg? Are there any improvements, suggestions you might be able to make for us moving forward? Any things we could add to it to make it even more secure and more effective, I should say?
Look, I would say nothing off the top of my head. I think each entity is going to be very different in how they're going to approach securing their digital assets. And there's not going to be one blanket process that people are going to follow. Although there are frameworks that you can use to help define your posture and how you want to move forward and where you want to strengthen. We use NIST at station casinos. But off the top of my head, no, I think it's fine for what it is today.
Okay, great. And I was glad to see the remodeling that took place at Palace Station. It used to be one of my old hangouts back in the day, as Mr. Rubenstein can attest. So that was excellent. That place is really top notch and fabulous renovation, couple of good new restaurants in there. So good luck and kudos to that. And I'm happy to support your application.
Thanks, sir.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your background explanation, and I think you might have just touched upon the fact that you were asked, but I had in my note just curious that you were in VP of hotel ops, but then transitioned initially in Vegas at Caesars from information technology into the realm of hotel ops, and that was simply just as a need, something that was asked, or did you have an interest in that, or?
So when I moved from IT the first time in the hotel, so I didn't, I'm gonna try and say it. I wasn't excited about the role that I was going to have in the technology department under the combined company. And I was friends with Gary. I was expressing that I may depart the company based on that role. And Gary said, no, we want to keep you here. What do you want to do? And I said, quite frankly, I'd love to learn to run the hotel. And Gary put that in motion and put me in there.
That's very interesting, because I just thought, man, what a diverse, two areas to go from working in the casino industry from IT and technology to hotel operations. And I guess the question there is, do you have any interest in going back to that at all if the opportunity arose here? Or is it you're kind of done with that? You feel like you've learned that and had that experience?
Probably, as I think about the length of my career and the age of my children, I have an 8-year-old and a 12-year-old. Again, what I want to be from a hotelier perspective, which is great, isn't going to allow me to be a great father and a great husband. It just doesn't. The hours aren't there. And so probably while I have kids, no, the answer would be no.
All right. I understand that. I also have little kids, so I can imagine. I appreciate that. I also noticed at some point you held a role of director of continuous improvements at Caesars. Can you kind of describe, was that really using your technology side or just a whole efficiency side with your hotel operations background as well? What did that entail?
I would say it was all the above. Again, so the 08 crisis hit. Harris, or I guess it was Caesars Entertainment at the time, certainly knew we needed to reduce expense, which would ultimately mean people, and we wanted to do it the right way, right? And so we brought in a third-party company. I think they were called NLP at the time, and we trained up on what was called lean management, or the Toyota way. There's book, and basically we went into different businesses within. I was specifically at Caesars Palace, and really understood their processes and how to redefine their processes to reduce expense. Some was body, some was food costs. Like I spent a lot of time in our cafe and trying to get our cafes running more efficiently, mostly from a food cost perspective, not necessarily a labor perspective, right? Where if we went into, facilities and engineering and trying to redefine, preventative maintenance programs, we might be able to figure out how to do that with 8 bodies as opposed to 12, right? So it was 14 months of really getting into the nuts and bolts of all areas of the operation and really understanding at a detailed level how things happen and helping them redefine. Some of it was with tech, some of it was just with general all-purpose knowledge. Hey, there's a better way to do this. We would go into a restaurant and say, okay, hey, how do you schedule? Well, here's my schedule. All the time? That's always your schedule? Yeah, but your business goes up and down, right? Yeah. Okay, well, your schedule needs to go up and down. And it was more just helping them schedule differently would drive tremendous change in expense reduction. Just different things like that.
So you're like a consultant, efficiency consultant for the casino. Okay, well, you have a very great background. I enjoyed reading your application. I'm happy to support your application, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Mr. Rubenstein, anything else you'd like to add? Great. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 5. I assume 4, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you. And we already did number 5. So Madam Secretary, please read in the next non-restricted item.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Lucky Silver Gaming LLC for a disposition of membership as noted on the agenda, and the application for approval to issue warrants in Lucky Silver Gaming LLC to the estate of Bruce Douglas Dyfick. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Regarding non-restricted item number 6, I'd like to make a disclosure that is not required by Nevada ethics laws, but is something I want to do in keeping with my full belief in transparency. Mr. Michael Mixer and I went to UNLV at the same time in the mid-1980s, and we are part of the same fraternal organization. I do not believe that I have seen Mr. Mixer in probably 10 years, maybe longer. Additionally, we do not have any business dealings together, nor do I believe that we ever did have any business dealings together. For the record, I do not believe that this disclosure is required by Nevada gaming law or Nevada ethics laws, but it's something I want to do in the interest of transparency. It also has nothing to do with a gift loan, pecuniary interest to me, any commitment to me in a private capacity, or any interest to another person, nor does it involve any representation or counseling within the past year. Consequently, I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by these prior dealings, nor do I believe that my own personal judgment is affected at all. Therefore, I'll be fully participating and voting on this matter as well as any future matters regarding Mr. Mixer, unless, of course, there are other separate considerations that require disclosure and possible abstention at the appropriate time. Good morning, Ms. Vermees.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, and Madam Secretary up in Carson City. For the record, I'm Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I'm here on behalf of the estate of Bruce Dyfick. Also here this morning, Andrew Pascal and Mike Mixer. They are members of Lucky Silver Gaming, and their counsel is with them, Mike Alonzo. And also Joe Kane, he's the Chief Legal Officer for Lucky Silver. What we'd like to do this morning is I will go forward with a brief affirmative presentation on the Dyfick Estates application. At the conclusion of that, I'm happy to take questions, or Mr. Alonso can come up. I understand he has a presentation with respect to his applicants. And with that, I'll begin. The background to this is that private investment funds affiliated with Luxor Capital Group provided a secured loan to Bruce Dyfick in 2018 to finance his acquisition of Ocean Resort Casino in Atlantic City. That loan was secured by substantially all of his assets. In February of 2019, after Bruce defaulted on the loan, Luxor and Bruce entered into a settlement agreement under which Luxor would, subject to all regulatory requirements, receive Bruce's limited liability company membership interest in Lucky Silver Gaming. On April 7th, 2019, Bruce was tragically killed in a single car crash in his home state of Denver, Colorado. His spouse, Nancy, who I should mention, I appreciate you granting a waiver of her appearance this morning, was appointed on May 30th, 2019 by the Denver Probate Court as the personal representative of his estate. Nancy currently holds a limited license from the commission to serve as the personal representative, which has been extended and is currently set to expire next year in January of 2026. In order to effectuate the terms of the settlement agreement, Luxor and Nancy, with the consent of Lucky Silver, have agreed to a transaction whereby Nancy will contribute the estate's membership interest to Lucky Silver in exchange for a warrant. Pursuant to NRS 463-5733 sub 1, the disposition of any interest in a registered limited liability company is void unless approved in advance by the commission. Our application this morning is requesting commission approval to effectuate the contribution and exchange of that membership interest. Following commission approval and closing of the transaction, we will file for chair approval to assign the warrant to Luxor's affiliate pursuant to NRS 463-57325 subsection 1, which provides that the assignment of an existing warrant to acquire an interest in a registered holding company is void unless administratively approved in advance by the board chair. The assignment of the warrant will be the last action needed to close the estate. I'd like to thank Agent Chad Jackson for his work on this application. His questions were pointed and appropriate. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, or as I said, Mr. Alonso can come up and give his affirmative presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. We know this has been going on for a long time, and very happy to see that we're nearing the conclusion of the estate. Unfortunately, the passing of Mr. Dyfick. I'm sure Mrs. Dyfick is also very happy to see that this chapter is being closed. I'm sure it had to be an enormous burden on her to deal with the matters of her husband's estate over the past several years. I didn't have any questions regarding the transfers and the applications, and we've seen this matter several times through the continuances, and I'm happy to support that piece of it. Before we get to Mr. Alonso, Judge Assad, did you have any questions for Ms. Vermees?
No, I don't have any questions. Like you said, Agent Chad Jackson did an excellent job. He provided us with all the pertinent information. He indicated that there are no areas of concern. I don't have any concerns either.
Member Sindall.
Yes, no, I don't have any concerns, and I'm sorry for Ms. Dyfick, and pass on our regards, and sorry for the whole situation, and hopefully this will clear this all up and get this addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Mr. Alonso, did you have anything you'd like to add?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Michael Mixer and Andrew Pascal. As noted on the agenda, we're requesting approval for Mr. Mixer and Mr. Pascal's Gaming Investment Trust to be able to transfer their minority interest, equity interest in Lucky Silver Gaming back to the company for nominal consideration. As your materials indicate, Mr. Pascal and Mr. Mixer purchased their interest in 2003 and were registered by the board as minority equity interest holders. In 2017, as your records indicate, Mr. Mixer transferred his interest to Mr. Pascal for $1, and they made an inadvertent mistake, did not seek approval for that transfer of interest from the board or the commission. In 2024, as Ms. Vermees was going through her investigation involving Lucky Silver Gaming, this matter came up. Agent Jackson reached out to Mr. Mixer and Mr. Pascal, and that's how I became involved. And through discussions with my clients and the company, it made sense for them to dispose of their membership interests back to the company for nominal consideration. We executed written agreements to dispose of the securities back to the company and submitted the applications. We appreciate working with Agent Jackson on this matter. It came to him in a less than orthodox manner, but we appreciate him jumping in and handling it. Neither Mr. Pascal nor Mr. Mixer have a good excuse for the mistakes that were made in not seeking approval from the board for the purported transfer in 2017. That just shouldn't have happened. I do want to note for the record, and during the period in question, that neither Mr. Mixer nor Mr. Pascal received any distributions from Lucky Silver Gaming. They were not actively involved in the gaming operations. More importantly, there were no third parties involved in the purported transfer. The transfer was made between two parties who were registered by the board at the time as minority equity interest holders. No money was made on the purported transfer of the investments in total. They now know that with respect to any future gaming operations or gaming transactions, they would seek gaming counsel before making any decisions. It's a lesson they learned the hard way, and they are here to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Excellent presentation and explanation there. We have an extremely detailed write-up on this, and so I think you went through it. There was an attempt to have Mr. Mixer's interest transferred to Mr. Pascal, but that wasn't even asked of the company, and the company wasn't aware of it, correct? So
that's correct.
The company just considered at this point void ab initio, right? Never happened.
Yeah. And the company was not involved in any way, shape, or form. They didn't know about it until they were going through the investigation.
Yeah, okay. So nothing happened, and as you noted, there was no third parties involved, which always concerns the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission. If anybody outside of the licensees or in this situation, or registered minority owners comes in, we don't know who they are, but in this situation, sounds like they got together and attempted to have a transfer, which didn't notify the company, so never happened. And at this point, they're now officially trying to do that on the record to send both of those interests back to the company, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I don't have any questions. Very well prepared. Your presentation answered all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Yes, thank you for being here. I don't have any questions. I appreciate the explanation, and it sounds like they're aware moving forward should any other similar instances occur.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, another instance of always hiring competent gaming counsel, which both of you are. Very good. Either of you would like to add anything else?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Great. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 6.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, how is our court reporter doing?
I believe she's doing just fine.
Doing fine? All right, then let's go ahead and read into the record number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Charles Pelnick for finding of suitability as a key employee at Affinity Interactive.
Good morning, Ms. Vermees.
Good morning again, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my left is the applicant. He is the CIO of Affinity Interactive. By way of background, he graduated from the University of Arizona and then received a master's in computer science from the University of Illinois. He has over 20 years of experience in the industry. He's worked with both Caesars and Station Casinos. He's been licensed by the commission twice, in November of 2013 and in July of 2019. His background and experience and the fact that there are no blemishes on his record make him suitable for this position and for approval by the commission. We do want to acknowledge, however, that his application was filed late. You may recall in January when I was appearing with the CFO for Affinity that her application was also filed late. At that time, we addressed that late filing, and we explained then, and it has been communicated to Agent Scott Widmar during this investigation, that the Affinity compliance team has implemented new policies so that this never happens again. A few of the highlights from this new policy include that when a qualifying candidate has been hired or appointed, the compliance officer will be notified by Human Resources to initiate the licensing application process with the candidate. The candidate is also advised of the deadline in writing. At the 20-day mark from the hire appointment date, should the candidate believe they will not be able to complete the application on time, the compliance officer shall submit a request to the division for an extension. And having done this for 20 years, I know that applicant services is always willing to grant an extension. What the board doesn't want is going past that deadline without any communication. The company understands that, and I don't expect these issues to arise in the future. We want to thank Agent Scott Widmar for his work. He is always so kind and he's always so helpful. He was great enough to provide me some of the details for my presentation this morning. And he was also great about flagging how important this issue of filing late applications is to the board. And with that, Mr. Palin can answer any questions or tell you more about himself.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Good morning, Mr. Palnick. Yes, please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you and the role with the company.
Charlie Palin. I've started my gaming career in 2003 with Caesars. I retired in the 2015 timeframe, went home to work on my house and got bored. So I've come back to the industry a number of times after completing certain tasks on my home, if I'm honest. I just come back to the industry. So I've now come back to Affinity, love the company. My role there is as the CIO, which I've had in previous positions.
Great. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. And as noted, you've previously been licensed on 2 separate occasions by the Nevada Gaming Commission. Well, we have a very thorough update to your investigation and background. I want to go into a little bit of what Ms. Vermees explained when we had Ms. Usall in front of us. We were told that these issues that about late filing were going to be addressed. My guess is the timing of yours was in the same timing that we were dealing with hers. So it's not like the company hasn't addressed those. That would be a concern, right? Is if you told the board you were going to do it and it hadn't been done, but I understand these were done around the same time. Ms. Vermees went into detail about what your company has done to be sure there isn't late filings. And also, as Ms. Vermees noted, it's not like these deadlines can't be called up and the Gaming Control Board can be advised, we're going to miss this deadline because we have things that happen. They're not draconian. What they are is we want to be sure that people are filing licenses and applications at the proper time, especially when there's a condition on the license that it has to be done in a certain amount of time. That's the communication that we expect with the board. And ultimately, you know, as a prior licensee and seeking a new license that your application is your responsibility. Other people may be handling it, but at the end of the day, it's your responsibility. So I would just encourage you to stay on top of compliance and be sure that they're getting any information from you. And you say to them, hey, I think I've got an application that's due in a certain amount of time, and understand that the new process is in place. Shouldn't have that happen again. So very happy to move forward with your application. I did want to ask, though, as I asked a prior applicant, does Affinity have a CISO?
Well, we have a manager in charge of security, very qualified person, and I work with them.
And who does he report to?
He reports to me.
Okay. And who decides on financial decisions on when the chief information security officer says we need to buy software or hardware? Who makes the financial decision?
Well, the final decision is made by our president. But I review whatever the recommendations are.
Great. That was my general concern, as you heard from a prior agenda item, cybersecurity or cyber protection and cyber defense is, of course, interest to the board. As the judge pointed out, we have a regulation and we have a responsibility to the industry, to the customers, to the state of Nevada. Its own board has a responsibility to protect information. So that's always important. And your role as chief information officer, being sure that you protect that information is, of course, very important to us. And again, very happy to support your application for another license in the state of Nevada. Thank you. Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Yeah, as you stated, Ms. Vermees, Mr. Senior Agent Scott Woodmer did a great job here. A lot of information in this application. You've been licensed in other jurisdictions, 2 licenses here in Nevada, I believe. So you're eminently qualified for this position. I would just like to get your take on what you think of our Reg 5.260 that deals with cybersecurity protocols before and after a potential attack.
I think they're very good. Business continuity is the biggest thing you got to be concerned about, right? Oh, I think they're very good. Business continuity is a big part of what you got to worry about. How do you keep running after the attack? And then obviously stop it. So I thought the regs were very well addressed.
Okay. And then do you pay particular attention to training employees on what to do, what not to do, how to get scammed, the phishing, and all the other techniques that are out there to perform an attack?
Yes, I mean, we buy all this software, but there's 2 things that keep a company really safe. The software is CJ, who worked for me before, he was my CISO before, spoke to. You've got to keep software current. And that's a role that we play and the manufacturers have to play. They have to keep the latest versions of all the software. And the second thing is keep your employees educated. If you do that, you're
Hope
doing
for the best.
You hope for the best then.
Got it. Great. I'm happy to support your application.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I was curious, and you might have touched on it briefly, but how did you first get involved specifically here with Affinity in this role? Did they ask you? Did you?
Well, I was going to retire again. And then I got a call from Mark Wayman. And I spoke to Affinity, and I was very impressed with the caliber of their team. And I began to visualize myself being there, so I agreed to join them.
So then I know you've retired a few times, but are you kind of looking at this as kind of a semi long-term, commitment that you're looking at, and being involved in this role with the company?
As long as they think I'm useful, I'll be there.
I think that's a good plan. And then you have your own IT consulting company. Do you still do any of that?
No.
Okay. And as the judge mentioned, you've been licensed various times in just in Nevada, or maybe there was other states as well.
A number of other states, although I don't have them all, but as Caesars did business and
Got it.
right with Caesars.
Well, I noticed you had a pilot's license. That's pretty cool, but I guess no longer doing that. Is that right?
I stopped 3 years ago.
Okay. Well, I enjoyed reading your application. You seem very qualified. I'm happy to support your application. So thank you for being here today.
Well, the Godfather brought you back in.
Yes, he did.
Glad to hear that. Well, always good when somebody has your experience and expertise in a field that you're willing to give up some home projects and devote yourself back to the gaming industry. So again, very happy to support your application today. Ms. Vermees, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, very good. Then I'd entertain a motion on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chair Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you. Madam Secretary, why don't we give the court reporter a break and want to do 10 minutes? Is that good?
Sounds good.
All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes to give the court reporter time to stretch her fingers. All right, let's go back on the record from our recess. Madam Secretary, I believe we are on non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Susan Doherty Thompson for finding of suitability as a manager at JJVG Holdings LLC.
Good morning, Ms. Okerberg.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today is the applicant, Susan Doherty, and I'd like to ask her to provide an overview of her background as well as a summary of her duties and responsibilities in her role for you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, and Member Sendell. My name is Susan Doherty, and I'm a member of the Board of Managers at J&J Gaming Holdings LLC. I grew up in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, and attended the University of Windsor, earning both a Bachelor of Arts degree and an Honors Business Commerce degree in 1983 and 86, respectively. But while I was attending university, I had the opportunity to work part-time for General Motors, the automotive company, working midnights at the transmission plant. And as I'm sure you can all imagine, back in 1983, the automotive industry was a very different place, and having a woman working midnights was a bit of a rarity. Upon graduating from the University of Windsor, I was recruited by General Motors to join their college grad in training program as a service specialist in Oshawa, Ontario. I worked for General Motors for over 26 years, a total of 30 if you count my years as a part-time student, progressing from an entry-level position to my concluding role as a GM Vice President and Managing Director for the business of Chevrolet and Cadillac based in Zurich, Switzerland. I had a very rewarding career while working at GM and working with some very talented individuals while having an opportunity to lead some of the world's most beloved brands. I ran Chevrolet, I ran Hummer, I ran Buick Pontiac GMC and Saturn at one time in Canada. I consider myself very fortunate to have lived in Switzerland, Germany, China, the United States. I also spent a significant amount of time in Korea while traveling to over 50 countries during my tenure with GM. While working for GM, I was deemed officer potential and was asked to apply for an MBA at MIT or Stanford. So after taking the GMAT at 40, which was very painful, and participating in the admissions program, I was accepted to Stanford University's MBA program as a Sloan Fellow, earning my Master of Science, a business degree, as well as a certificate in public administration. And after concluding my GM tenure, I was recruited and I served as the CEO of Canyon Ranch, a health and wellness company from 2015 through 2019 that has operations here at the Palazzo Venetian. We often would talk about Canyon Ranch as the glue that held the two towers together. Canyon Ranch, for those of you who may not be aware, has the world's largest spa with over 110 treatment rooms. So after spending half a decade in hospitality and health and wellness, I was asked to become the CEO of Electromechanica. And this was a small startup business based in Mesa, Arizona, where our product was in the micro mobility electric vehicle space. So think about one driver with 2 doors and 3 wheels. So it was a commuter type car. I was asked by the current board of directors, now think about this, this is a public traded company that had raised over $350 million in their IPO, and they were in significant trouble in December of 2022. The board had fired, unfortunately, the CEO, the CFO, and the COO, and they asked me on an emergency basis to come in and help them figure out whether or not the company could be fixed or it should be sold. Unfortunately, after spending all of December, working night and day trying to save the company, I discovered that the product had a problem and needed to contact NHTSA and do a safety recall. Fast forward, the company was definitely in distress, but our biggest asset was a plant in Mesa, Arizona that was capable of building electric vehicles, as well as a significant amount of cash left on the balance sheet. So I spent a total of 477 days with this company in crisis mode, but we did find a buyer in a company called Exos Trucks. They produce electric step vans, particularly for states that have an electric mandate and emissions controls, that are significant that need to be met. So when you think about my career, first starting off in automotive and then flipping over to health and wellness and hospitality, and then flipping back into automotive, I really felt compelled to share and leverage the vast experiences that I got, not only in multiple industries, but having a chance to work abroad in many different countries. I was abroad for over 10 years during the lifetime of my career. I was asked to join the board of directors for the Brinks Company. For those of you who aren't familiar with them, cash and transit money processing, and a lot of managed services business in the ATM space. The unique nature of the Brinks Company is that 75% of their revenues are outside of the United States. So I continue to do a significant amount of travel on the board of directors for Brinks outside, helping them chart the next 165 years for the Brinks Company. I chair compensation and human capital subcommittee, as well as being a member of the finance and the business development committee. Brinks, when I got there in 2014, was a company that was in distress, that had been approached by an activist investor, and I was brought in when the board was reconstituted. The business is doing significantly well, and we went from about a $2 billion business to a business that's over $5 billion in the course of a decade. I was also fortunate to have served on the board of directors for Mr. Car Wash from 2021 to 2023 to help them shepherd their transition from a private equity-backed company with Leonard Green and Partners, and asked to help them go public on NASDAQ. In 2021, I was honored to join J&J Gaming and as an independent board member. J&J Board of Managers have an important role where what we do when we meet is we help set strategy. We approve the annual CapEx budget. We ensure good governance, particularly with being in the gaming industry, which is highly regulated for a lot of really important reasons. Not only do myself and the other directors oversee management, but we look at enterprise risk management, as you've heard from some of the people who are also working in other casino and gambling companies, really understanding your risks from a cybersecurity standpoint, really beginning to understand what the power of artificial intelligence can do for us, are all some of the things that as a board we work on. We take our responsibility very seriously because we must protect the interest of our stakeholders, as well as J&J and its subsidiaries. And we pay particularly close attention to the roles of CEO, CFO, and COO, because progression and succession of any company is critically important, and that's part of the role of the board. I will share in full disclosure that I was recently considered and I was offered a position in early 2025 as a member of the board of directors of a prominent multinational automotive company. I'm not sharing the name only because I signed a non-disclosure agreement with them. I was offered the position in February, but ultimately I've decided to decline to ensure that I've got sufficient time to fulfill my responsibilities with the Brinks Company and the traveling I do there, as well as with J&J Gaming. I have watched J&J grow considerably since I joined the board in 2021. And our goal is to not only continue to grow organically, but through M&A activity. And I look forward to contributing in any way I can to their growth and expansion. I'm proud of what they're doing in the distributive gaming space. And for all of the companies that I've had the privilege of working for, I would share with you that their brand reputation is stellar. The company possesses a high degree of integrity and trust. That's part of the reason why I wanted to join the team with not only their clients and their partners. They focus on their customers in terms of delivering great experiences with innovative software, and they possess a culture of excellence. And I think when I think about what I have an opportunity to participate and contribute to, those are the types of companies that I'd like to be aligned with. I'm honored to serve, and I look forward to being part of their future success. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about my background. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. A pleasure to have you here. Extremely impressive background and everything you've done in business and industry. And we had a very detailed write-up of you. I wanted to ask, how did you feel about going through the Nevada investigative process?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that Agent Ashlyn Burke and I think we had each other on speed dial, and I learned a lot through the process. I want to commend everyone, not only on the gaming board, but the gaming commission, in terms of how robust your process is, how detailed you are. And it's not just about me as the applicant providing data. It's the time that Agent Burke and her team took to go and understand the data. My background is complex. I've been in multiple industries. I've lived in multiple countries. And I know that it was important for Agent Burke and the team to understand, especially with all the places that I have lived, to understand, exactly whether or not I had a criminal history there. So I found it to be robust. I learned some things about myself that I didn't know. Yes, it was almost full time.
Great to hear that, and great that you're smiling through the process.
Yeah.
It's not intended to be burdensome, but it is intended to be very thorough, very robust, as you said, so that we can find out things about you and sometimes help you find out things about yourself. So that's wonderful. I appreciate you explaining what your role is with JJVG Holdings. That was going to be one of my questions, is where do you see your focus on the board of managers? And you answered that. I did want to ask too, you originally were an independent board member in September 21, and then with the restructuring, you're now on the board of managers. Did that change your role, or was it just corporate restructuring?
I would classify it as corporate restructuring. The things that the board focused on has not changed since yes, it does. Obviously, we think about new things like tariffs and regulations all of the time. We're always looking at that, but in terms of my responsibilities, no.
Well, as I said, your background in business and industry, especially the automotive industry, is extremely impressive. And to have someone like you join the gaming industry, I'm very happy to support your application and appreciate you being here today.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I have a very good report here from Ashlyn Burke, so kudos to her. Very detailed. You've been all over the place, and our agents don't mind that because they get to travel to Switzerland and Maui and all these great places. So good for her. You're on the board of Brinks?
Yes, I am.
Still?
Yes.
And you've been licensed in Montana and Illinois as well.
Yes, I
But
am.
this is your first license here in Nevada.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So how much time do you spend on the Brinks board of directors?
I would say, well, first of all, we meet physically 5 times a year. And usually one of those meetings is overseas to take a look at our overseas operations. But in addition to those 5 physical meetings, which last 3 days each in duration, so that we have an opportunity not just to interact as a board, but to get to know the members of the management team, as well as sometimes speaking to investors and shareholders, which is also an important role for a board director. And then in addition to that, because I'm on 2 subcommittees and I chair compensation and benefits, I would suggest to you that I'm on the phone a half a day every month on that topic.
Wow. Where are they headquartered?
In Dallas.
Okay, but they have they do the trucks to the banks and pick up the cash and
Yes.
deliver it all over the place. That's the Brinks.
Yes.
Because in Charlestown, Massachusetts, it's supposed to be the bank robber capital of the world. And when they asked Sean O'Connor, one of the famous bank robbers, when he got out of Walpole State Prison, he kept robbing Brinks trucks. I mean, like 3 or 4 of them, and he kept getting caught and he'd go in and out of prison. They asked him, why do you keep robbing the Brinks trucks. You know what he said?
No.
That's where the money is.
I like that.
So beware of that. You know, that's interesting little tidbit from my connection with Massachusetts and the Brinks Company. So with regard to this company, your role is predominantly oversight and management and taking the company in the right direction and so forth and so on. How many other folks are in the managerial position with you?
On the board, I think what's important for everyone to understand is that J&J Gaming is private equity backed. So our other partners are a private equity firm by the name of Oak Tree Capital. So there are 3 members from Oak Tree Capital representing that side. And then in terms of representing fully independent directors, there are 2 of us.
Okay, very good. Well, you have a stellar resume, and I have no qualms about supporting your application. So good luck.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning. Yes, no, it was a pleasure to read your application. Agent Burke did a great job. I guess at all, could you give us any update on the company or how it's going right now and your?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I will share that when I joined the company back in 2021, one of the reasons why I was headhunted to be considered as a board director was that as the company continues to grow, and yes, they're currently backed by private equity Oak Tree Capital, you never know as a board director and as the CEO and as the investors from Oak Tree Capital, when they look at this, they have to ask themselves, is there a point in time where this private equity backed company should consider an IPO? So what I have an opportunity to bring to the company is I have, as a director, both public board experience and being on the board of a private equity company that I, along with great other team members, was able to take into the public markets, and that was Mr. Car Wash. So when I think about the total revenue from the point that I arrived to where we are now, the company was about a $500 million company, and now they're north of $1 billion. And that has been accomplished by, first of all, great leadership, a great product, the team really understanding what's required in terms of innovation on the software side, keeping cabinets fresh, as well as pursuing and entering new states that are looking for distributed gaming to help them with the revenue in that particular area. So, I believe in the company. I have great hopes for that management team. I think that the private equity company has allowed them to grow even faster, which is super important. But I believe that there's more growth on the horizon in additional states.
I appreciate that background and that explanation, and I'm happy to support your application and wish you continued success.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Okerberg, anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you very much, Chair Hendrick. Nothing else to add.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion on this non-restricted item.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission on non-restricted agenda item number 8, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck
Thank
to
you
you.
all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in our next non-restricted item.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Mesquite Midco LLC, Mesquite Bidco LLC, Mesquite Gaming LLC, VRCC LLC, and 5.47 RBI LLC to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda.
Good. Good to see you all. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. To my left is Justin Moore, the CEO of Mesquite Gaming. And to my right is Greg Monti, the CFO of Mesquite Gaming. This is just a refinance. These pledges are just part of a refinance that occurred to get better interest rates and improve financing. The original loan structure that Mesquite Gaming had was back in 2023 when Oak Tree acquired the operations. This is just part of them tightening up their finances along with the next application that we have. And with that, we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Pleasure, gentlemen, having you here before us today. Mr. Moore, tell us a little bit, how's the business going?
So Q1 has been fantastic for us so far. We're really excited about the trends that we're seeing, the visitation that is up there, and also the finished product of a lot of hard work. You might remember in 2024, I announced that we were doing several improvement projects up there, and most of those are now online, especially over at the Casablanca Resort. If you walked onto that casino floor today, you would not recognize it. It's a very modern looking property with new amenities such as brand new bars. Catherine's, the fabulous steakhouse up there, is a brand new lounge that's open and operating. And the only aspect that you'll miss is our cafe is under the knife currently behind temp walls, and that is getting remodeled. So continued support there. And then after Memorial Day weekend, we begin a hotel remodel at Casablanca, and that'll go through the summer. So we're not stopping. It's continued improvement in Mesquite.
That's great to hear. Continued investment in the state and in Mesquite is always good news. We had in our materials a new branding campaign. Is that part of it, or is that something you're rolling out now?
Yeah, definitely. We have a brand new branding campaign, very much cosmetic. It has nothing to do with the name of the company itself, but rebranded as Mesquite Entertainment. The Casablanca, Virgin River both received brand new logos for those establishments. They look great. And you can find all this on our brand new website that we put out in late December. So yeah, and we also launched a brand new loyalty program on February 1st. Mesquite Journey Rewards, and that really embraces the area that we're known for in that region with the outdoors. If you were to look at our loyalty club cards, you'd see on one of them, one tier is a picture of the Valley of Fire, then another one, Pine Valley, Zion National Park got in there. So really embracing the region and our area.
Also great to hear. Congratulations on that. And as Mr. Gutwald said, applications are fairly straightforward. We have an extremely detailed write-up in our materials, and I didn't have any questions or concerns about the pledge of the membership interests. There's obviously several applications required to make this happen, but I had no problem supporting them. So appreciate your help on that, Mr. Gutwald, and working with our staff to make it very easy for me to understand, which is not always easy. Thank you. Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Yeah, Agent Brown's report's very comprehensive, very detailed. So I don't have any particular questions. Very straightforward, just a straight up pledge. And I'm in full support of the application.
Member Sendall.
Thank you for that update. And you mentioned the rebranding, and I appreciate that. And then also you mentioned all the renovations that have taken place. Can you share anything more? You said you're doing the more culinary options update, hotel experience, and technology updates as well? Can you address those a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. I failed to mention that we did give some love to the Virgin River as well. So we opened up a brand new sports book. It's state-of-the-art, beautiful book. It took over a space that was just an old movie theater that was not being used. And earlier today on the agenda, you saw the item for stations to come in and rebrand and do the lines for us. So we're really excited with this brand new sports book there to have that new branding. Technology's on the roadmap for us. We wanted to take those baby steps of first launch that loyalty program, get the rebranding out there, and then going forward, there's certainly some things on the horizon for us that will enhance the guest experience and convenience that technology can bring. So the most impactful thing that we've done recently in the world of technology is we've brought the brand new Aristocrat marketing kiosks up there, and those are actually launching in the next week. So definitely on horizon, but taking baby steps approach towards enhancing our technology up there.
No, I appreciate that explanation. Yeah, and the report was really well done, and it sounds like this request here will essentially just extend out with the new credit agreement out till 2029, I believe. Yes, September 2029. That's my understanding. So I'm happy to support your request here. I didn't find any issues, and I wish you continued success as you continue to grow the properties.
Thank you very much.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thanks.
All right, very good. Mr. Gutwald, anything else we need to know?
Just it was a pleasure working with you, the new agent, Patrick Brown. You have a great stable of new agents. It's kind of exciting to watch. The ones you're bringing on are working out really nicely.
Great. Always glad to hear that, and we agree. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 9.
I'll be happy to make that. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. With regard to non-restricted agenda item number 9, I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that item.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 10, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Mesquite Topco LLC to grant an option to ACP Mesquite Investory LLC to acquire non-voting economic securities in Mesquite Topco LLC. It is also the applications of ACCP Mesquite Investor LLC to exercise an option to acquire non-voting economic shares in Mesquite Topco LLC and for waivers of Nevada Revised Statutes 463.585 and 463.595 and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 15B.060 and 15B.090 pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15B.070.
Good morning, Mr. Gutwald.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me from Ascendant Capital Partners is Russell Gimelstad, its CEO. With your permission, I'm going to talk about how this qualifies for institutional investor waivers and talk a little bit about the regulatory requirements, and then we'll have Mr. Gimelstad tell you a little bit about the company as a whole and his investment in it.
Please.
All right. This started out as an investment by Ascendant into Mesquite Topco. Oaktree and Ascendant had a good relationship over a long time, and Oaktree respects Ascendant's expertise in the hospitality market. So there were some good synergies between getting the companies together. As part of that process, Ascendant loaned money to Mesquite Topco, and upon the proper regulatory approvals, that loan served as an option and then will become equity in Mesquite Topco. Non-voting equity, that's very important to remember as we look at this as an institutional investor. It's always critical that it's for investment purposes only. Just starting out with it being non-voting means it's for investment purposes only. They're not going to have the ability to affect management changes to the VoteCo entity that governs it. They're not going to have the ability to change operating agreements or other business organization documents. They are in it. They're essentially a fund investor. We've already been through with Macquarie. You've worked with them and seen how that company qualified as an institutional investor. Ascendant is very similar in that regard. Having this money come in from private equity is exactly what the gaming law contemplates with 463.0129 and 463.489. We want to bring investors in. We want to diversify the investors in Nevada. They've been doing so for a long time. Private equity has been coming in other areas. So this really isn't a big evolution. It's a small step. Macquarie started it, but Ascendant's coming in. I think I've checked the boxes, but if there's something I missed, let me know, and we'll let Mr. Gimelstad tell you about Ascendant.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Mr. Gimelstad, pleasure to have you here. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about Ascendant and what your focus is when you look at companies, and particularly when you look at companies in Nevada.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
Push that little red button.
Sorry. Thanks for having me. Russell Gimelstad. So just a little bit of quick background. So, it'll I think dovetail into the company and what we do. So I was got my undergrad and grad at Cornell University, and then started at Goldman Sachs in 2002 in their real estate department, and a few of the divisions. Worked with Steve Mnuchin, who ran the mortgage department, and when he and the person who ran real estate private equity started a fund called Dune Capital, they had a hedge fund and a private equity fund. I went with them and ran all things real estate. Was there for 15 years. Obviously, Stephen went off to do lots of other things, but in 2018, I left there and started what is now Ascendant Capital Partners, which is a platform that really invests and is solely focused on hospitality and residential. And so a lot of synergies in the management of our team. So I'm the CEO, our COO, Eric Calder, who runs our office in Dallas. I've known since college, since Cornell and at Goldman Sachs and at Dune, and is now our COO. Alex Halpern, who runs our hospitality business, was a partner of ours at Dune. He ran a company called Highgate Hospitality, which is a big hotel owner operator across the country. The three of us own the business together. So we are extremely focused on that, and we have a long tie to Oaktree and some of its partners, one of which I also started at Goldman with and was at Dune with, and now runs this investment here from Mesquite. Obviously, Justin, who we just saw before, runs the business and is just a fantastic job. And so, our partnership with Oaktree started years ago. We did a large transaction with them called Watermark Lodging Trust, which was a hotel business, the largest Ritz-Carlton owned and managed public company in the United States. That was something we did with Oaktree, and I think from that and the long relationship, it was where we kind of were bringing our advisory services in this, in addition to capital, vis-a-vis really truly on just the hotel operations, food and beverage, et cetera. They are true experts, obviously, with Justin's leadership in the gaming business. So our job and our role here is really to kind of offer those services and try to make suggestions as to where those things could be improved. And we've certainly started those processes, and it's been fantastic. So going back to your question of what we look for, it's really these where we can kind of bring some in the things that we do. Obviously, they don't have gaming. It's really an intensive either operational in hospitality or multifamily. We have a lot of other projects here over the years in Vegas, and one that Las Vegas, and one that we're just finishing right now, the Autonomous Hotel on Russell and Decatur. We'd love doing business here, and continue to want to do more. So.
That's great. As Mr. Gutwall said, exact intent of this opportunity for institutional investors to be involved in the gaming industry is exactly for companies like yours, that we look for that capital infusion and smart money coming into our state and our industry. So absolutely appreciate that. For the record, Mr. Gutwall went through the requirements for being an institutional investor, but I'll just put some of this on the record if you don't mind. Your intention of being involved in the Nevada gaming industry and your approval, if the commission so grants, is not for the purpose of causing directly or indirectly the election of the members of the board of directors, correct?
That's correct.
And is not intended to in any way affect any change in the corporate charter, bylaws, management policies, or operations of the corporation or any of its affiliates, correct?
That is correct.
Great. Appreciate you putting that on the record.
Yes.
I also wanted to ask you mentioned Autonomous. Tell us a little bit about that. That's the first time we have a property like that. Understanding it's non-gaming, but
Sure.
Tell us what your plan was there and what you hope to see.
Yeah. Look, I think it's a really interesting. I mean, we love location. We love what's happening just in general in Las Vegas. I mean, it's just such a growing city in every possible way, and it has kind of every element of something we look for, meaning group business, transient, big international demand. And that's an interesting project in the sense that it's a little bit of a hybrid. We have a management company called Central, which kind of lives at the intersection of apartments and maybe longer term extended stay, to offer more furnished apartments and a little more flexibility in the time or the duration that you need to live there. So we have obviously your kind of standard multifamily, 365-day rental non-furnished, but we also offer a little bit of something else if you want to be furnished and have a little more programming and some, and that kind of allows some more flexibility. Our perspective is just so much growth. People coming here, obviously the construction of the hotels, the casinos, all the sports teams coming here. There would be people who would maybe want a little bit different flexible living and have a furnished option with a little easier way to kind of find a place to live versus having to do everything yourself. So we manage about 12,000 units across the country in that program, and we're really excited. I could be wrong. I think we're about a week or two away from getting our C of O, I hope. And then we're really excited to get, tenants in there and provide what we think is a really great product for people here in Las Vegas.
That's great. I read the media articles about it and seemed like a very interesting project. So good luck with that.
Thank you so much.
And then finally, for the record, you understand that if the commission approves this, that your company will be required to file quarterly reports to the board. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Great. All right. That's all I had. The application itself is very well in order, and we had a lot of detailed background on your company, your directors, yourself, owners. I'm always very happy to see when guys stay together and former business people stay together. It proves that it's not just who you know, it's who you know who can do the job, right? So
yes,
always happy.
When freshman year of college in 1997, I thought Eric was a lot smarter than me, so I kind of forced him to be my best friend. So he didn't really have a choice. But Alex came on willingly, so that's his fault. So.
That's great. Always glad to hear success stories like that. Judge Assad, did you have questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here in person.
My pleasure.
Very impressive resume, and thank you for that presentation. It's very informative. Along with Special Agent Teepee and Senior Agent Logan, they did a really good job of preparing us for this. So I don't really have too many questions. I was just curious if you could maybe, for those who don't really understand carried interest, if you could maybe explain how carried interest works.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think the intent of it is to really align incentives. So most of our investors, if you think about it, you think about it as college endowments, medical association, pensions, pension funds, some ultra high net worth investors, and some offshore investors, could be pensions or sovereign wealth funds. And so it's really about aligning the interest of success. So basically, if for $1 that we invest, they get their dollar back. They get a preferred return to make sure that they are making a good return on their investment, and then we get to participate at depending on the type of deal, but roughly around 20% of the profits once the investors have gotten all of their money back plus a preferred return. And so essentially like an incentive payment for the management team that's managing the money.
Yeah, that explains it pretty well. Great, thanks. And the waiver, Mr. Gutwell, do you want to discuss a little bit about the waiver requirement?
Sure. These waivers allow the company to invest without having all of those limited partners have to submit applications, which could never occur. And that's the primary purpose of them. So.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, I don't have any other questions. I'm happy to support this application.
Member Sendall.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for being here. How did you first get connected up or decide to work with Mesquite? I guess, how did you find this opportunity? How did it first arise?
Yeah, so Zach Serbrennick, who's at Oak Tree, we started in the same analyst class at Goldman back in 2002, Goldman Sachs in New York. Then we also worked together at Dune, just happened to go to the same fund. And then Zach has been at Oak Tree now for 15 years. So going back all the way to the COVID days, obviously the hotel business was, massively disrupted. We invested heavily. We gave them $450 million. We invested $450 million in total with Oak Tree into Watermark. And that was the first time that we partnered with Oak Tree as a partnership. And my partner, Alex, and I took the board seats because that was a more specific hotel only investment. There was no gaming. So that was really kind of our expertise to run that with Oak Tree, as our partner. We continue to share information, share ideas, show each other things. And this was something where, Oak Tree completely leads this investment. This is something they have an amazing expertise in on the gaming side. there was just this kind of interesting niche role for us to, advise in the hospitality and the food and beverage, and just, give advice to people like Justin who have done an amazing job already, and just, specifically on things like, rooms renovations and food and beverage, and how to just improve the product offering for the customer, given our kind of long experience specifically in hospitality.
Thank you for that background. And to the extent you can kind of explain or share a little bit, can you tell me how you determine your private placements for like funds like this and what the process is for that?
Sure. So we don't, none of our investors, there's no public process for us. There's no offering to like just, public investors. There's a very high bar for qualified investors. Like I said, pretty much 100% of our investors are just, relationship or word of mouth or, to those investors, i.e. like, medical association pensions or college endowments or, pension funds, et cetera. And sometimes they have advisors themselves and consultants who go out and find, funds to invest in. And it's really kind of a one-to-one relationship with them. And then they come into a closed fund vehicle. So, in this case, we're on Fund 2, but this was in one of the last deals in Ascendant Fund 1, which launched back all the way in 2019. So, like I said, so most of it is just, there's no public offerings, there's no kind of public shares. It's all just, individual investors who get to know us over time, due diligence, sign a limited partnership agreement, and sign up for a closed-end, private equity vehicle style investing.
Yeah, it was interesting to read the report on this. I was never read anything about this. And so I kind of read, is a typical hold time for something like this about 5 years? Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And so
Yes.
similar thing here.
Yeah, it can. I mean, we have flexibility all the way to 10. We have some things that, luckily sometimes are shorter, but we also can go all the way to 10, 11, 12 years, I think 13 years as of right, in the limited partnership agreement. But yes, in this case, should be around, give or take that. But again, we'd have no decision-making rights to do that. That would be, Oaktree's decision in totality.
And then lastly, I think you hit on it, but everybody, essentially you get to hire all the people on your board, kind of your management team here. These are all people that you manage and that assist you. You mentioned some of these people you went to school with or you previously worked with. So you're kind of in charge of all that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Those are all my questions and I'm happy to support your application. Thank you.
Mr. Gutwald, did you review the order draft number 1 dated 3/5/25?
I did, and it is acceptable.
Very good. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
All right, very good. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 10.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I just had one question. When you said something that triggered a thought in my mind, do they have a buffet out at the Virgin River or the Casablanca?
We do have one, yeah.
Yeah, great idea, because I think they're coming back. If you go out to the
I'm a fan.
you go out to the South Point or Caesar's Palace, the Rampart, you see their buffets, their lines all around the casino. So especially out there, I think they're in need of some really good quality food. And
agreed. Where there's a new chef at Catherine's, and the reception so far has been fantastic. So
Michael Gaughan's philosophy, Mr. Gutwald, is get the people in.
Yeah.
And food is a great way to get them in, and then
Don
hopefully they'll gamble on the way in or out.
Don Carano saying our food is our Frank Sinatra.
There you go.
Love that.
All right. That being said, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission on non-restricted agenda item number 10, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Ruver, to include the order of registration draft number 1 dated 3/5/25.
I think just an order, correct? It's the order dated 3/5/25, not order registration. Yeah,
correct.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very
Always a
much.
pleasure.
Pleasure having you here.
Very much.
All right, when we started this morning, I think I said we were going to get through 1 through 10 before lunch. Is Stephen Kopcho here? All right, well, I let everybody go because I said we're moving along faster than I expected. So we're going to take a lunch break, and I told 11 through 16 and hold on. Well, I said that anybody who was after 11 did not need to be here till 1:30. But if there is anybody here, we've got another time to take 12 and 14. Okay, but let me check with the Attorney General's office. We're fully calendared for this. I said that if anybody wanted to go to lunch, they were welcome to go to lunch. But if they're here, there is no open meeting law issue with me continuing items on the agenda before we break for lunch, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yep, very good then. So number 11 is not here, which is certainly their right. But if number 12's here, let's go ahead and take number 12. Madam Secretary, if you'd read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 12 are the applications of Victoria Martinez for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Push that red button.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Jennifer Gaynor, Gaynor with J. Gaynor Law. And I'm here with Miss Victoria Martinez in support of her application as a key employee for the Ms. Spa Club and the Long Shot Bar. Thank you. She doesn't have an affirmative presentation, but she's happy to take your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Gaynor. Pleasure to have you here. Ms. Martinez, pleasure to
morning.
have you with us here. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what your role is with the company.
Okay, so I moved to Nevada when I was 18 years old, and I started gaming when I was 24. I started in the station house back in Tonopah, Nevada. And then at age 24, and then I moved to work at the Mispa Club as a casino controller. So I've been in gaming for almost 30 years, and I'm the casino controller at the Mispa Club. And yeah, so and I love, that's about it.
That's great. Pleasure having you here with us today.
Thank you.
You've been working at the Ms. Pa for 9 years, is that correct?
Yes, sir. On Monday was my anniversary for 9 years.
Okay,
So
congratulations.
thank you.
That's wonderful. How many total employees are there at the Ms. Pa?
We have right now, we have 29, including myself.
And how many of those report to you?
Most of them all.
Most of them.
Yeah.
A lot. Okay, great. And how much time do you spend at one location versus the other location?
Well, the locations are like, we have the Mispa Club and then the Mispa Hotel. It's like within a drive away. So
Gotcha.
I spend most of my time at the Mispa Club.
And how many hours a week is that?
I want to say about 40.
Okay.
Yeah,
And is
I
there on top of that more hours at the other location?
No.
No.
Just, I on Tuesdays we do drop over there, so I do most of them. I combine the 40 hours between the two businesses.
Great. Well, it seems like you're very busy and
Sometimes.
it's important. I haven't been to Tonopah in several years. I need to get back up there, but always enjoy being in Tonopah. It's a great city, and we had a very thorough background investigation on you. I'm sure they asked you a lot of questions
Yes, sir,
about
they
your
did.
life, and I didn't have any questions or concerns about your background and you being involved in the industry. So very happy to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Yeah, thanks for being here in person.
you.
It's a long drive down, isn't it?
Yeah, about 3 hours. We left this morning around 7:45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
job.
the boss and I did. So yeah, it's a long drive.
Is it scenic? I've never made that trip.
Not too much.
Not too
I mean, it's
much.
just a lot of
I've heard
desert,
that,
but yeah.
That's
It's,
what I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Agent Malitz did a really fine job of preparing us with your applications, very thorough. Great for you to have 28 people under your guidance as employees. So we thank you for that. Thank you
Thank you.
for employing those folks up there
Thank
and
you.
doing a fine job. I don't have any particular questions. I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Member Sendall?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
for
How you
being
doing?
here. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So when did you first meet Mr. Klein then and kind of get engaged?
In 2016.
Okay. And then how often in your current role then are you in communication with them, or what's your relationship like, and overseeing and managing these properties?
Every day. He's a general manager of the MISPA Club, so he's there every day and we communicate with him. Yeah.
What's your understanding of, are there going to be additional people licensed as key employees, or is there someone else that also is kind of does management role with you?
Well, it's him, and then we're gonna have I believe another one, huh?
Yes, we are going to have another applicant for additional key.
Is that the timeline pretty soon, recently, or a couple years down the road? Or?
Soon, probably in the next month or so.
Oh, okay, great. So you mentioned you've been in your role for almost, I think, 9 years, 10 years, you said?
Yeah, casino controller, yes, ma'am.
How has your role changed since you've been at the company, or do you feel you've sort of had the same responsibilities that you have since you started?
I think I have the same responsibilities since I started. I started as a casino controller, so it's just the same, yeah.
Is there you mentioned a drop, I think, at the long shot bar, but generally are your duties differ for, obviously one's a non-restricted, so it's kind of more of a kind of typical casino. And then you have kind of a limited more, the long shot bars.
Yeah, I just oversee the gaming compliance and the other, and long shot, and then at the MISPA Club too.
Right. I think you addressed all my questions, and I appreciate you being here. I'm happy to support your application. Thank you for all the work that you do out there and supporting all your employees as well. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Was there a condition we were considering on this? I believe. No, because the condition is already in place. Is that right, Chief?
That's correct.
Yeah, so we have the condition on there, and that's why we have you in front of us here today.
Okay.
Very good. Ms. Gaynor, anything else you'd like to add?
No, only that Agent Molitz was wonderful to work with on this application, and we thank him for that.
Great, thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on this item.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 12, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you. All right. Is there someone else in the audience who is waiting for us to take an item before we go to lunch? We're on number 13. Is number 13 here? No, 14?
13, I think 13.
She said
Mr. G, which one are you?
13's not. Yep. All right. All right. We'll go ahead, Madam Secretary, and we will take 13 after lunch, and let's go ahead and read into the record non-restricted 14.
Non-restricted number 14 is the application of Holly Juergens for licensure as a key employee at Shortline Gaming LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Giminani. Still morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sandell, Secretary Rupert. I'm Greg Gimignani with the law firm of Dickens Wright on behalf of Shortline Gaming and Holly Juergens, the operations manager of Shortline Gaming. I'm here with Ms. Juergens and with Dwayne Shields. As you know, Ms. Juergens is a lifelong, or you know from your materials, Ms. Juergens is a lifelong Nevada resident. She's worked at Shortline Gaming for well over a decade, and she's worked her way up through the company into her current position as operations manager. And with that, I'll ask Ms. Juergens to tell you a little bit about herself.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Juergens.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Wonderful.
Awesome. My name is Holly Juergens, and I am a Las Vegas born and bred. I graduated from my mother's alma mater, one of the oldest schools in Las Vegas, Western High, with theater and musical honors. I even did a short stint with Teamsters Local 631, graduating from the apprenticeship program, working with my companies such as Coastal International and Freeman, following in the footsteps of my father until I realized that 2 a.m. carpet calls were just not for me. I have worked for Mr. Shields going on 13 years, starting as an assistant manager, working up to manager until he asked me to move to the gaming company, allowing me to spread my creative wings and learn one of the most cornerstone industries of our city. Although most people think that my husband and I are high school sweethearts, we have been together for 22 years and enjoy raising our fur babies. In my spare time, I'm helping to start up a new guild called The Forgotten Port of the Hoodoo Sea, making its first appearance at Pirate Fest in a few short weeks. That's me in a nutshell, and in the words of one of our greatest treasured icons, Viva Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Mr. Shields, always nice to see you. Thank you.
To see you guys too.
Thank you. Pleasure to have you here. Anything else you'd like to add or support, Ms. Jurgens?
You know, I think Holly has came around when she came and I asked her to take the position in the gaming. It was really to take care of some turnover position problems we were having, and she's done an excellent job. And since she's come on board, we've had no turnover.
That's great. Glad to hear, and always nice to have employers here supporting their employees on these type of applications. So pleasure having you here. Ms. Jurgens, we have a very detailed write-up, full background investigation on you and your work history, life history. And so I didn't have any questions or concerns about your application. Always happy to support lifelong native of Las Vegas in Nevada. So I'm very happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here. And Mr. Shields, nice to see you again as well. Your application is very nice, very thorough, well put together. Agent Lundeen did a really good job, so I don't have too many questions. Just wanted to know, what kind of fur babies do you have?
I have 6 in total. We just adopted 3 Jack Russell Terrier pit bull mixes, and then I have a bullnose, and then a Feist and a Taco Terrier.
Well, you have my vote. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Member Sindall.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for being here and your affirmative presentation. I some of that was not in my material, so that was interesting to hear about your background there, and your theater background.
Thank you.
So can you tell me a little bit about how you first started at Shortline Express Markets? And I think that was like in 2012, and how that kind of transitioned to your role with the company overall.
Our operations manager is really good friends with a particular person who was the manager that I was working for at a company called City Stop. And so he introduced me to Peggy Michaels, and she's the one who brought me onto the Shortline company and introduced me to the family that I now have over there. So I started off as an assistant manager, and then probably was about a year and a half, 2 years is when I made it to the manager. And then I bounced around to a couple different locations in that role, helping out, making sure that stuff got done in a timely manner and trying to help out the company as much as I could until Dwayne approached me about coming over to the gaming side.
That's great. And then I don't, maybe I missed a little bit, but can you tell me kind of what does your current day look like currently, and your job duties and what you're doing?
Well, currently right now, I'm just structuring the team, making sure that we're getting all of our accounts taken care of and done properly and in a timely manner. And then I make sure to go meet up with the accounts to see if there's any needs or concerns that they have addressing their gaming, or if there's anything that I can do to help them improve the structure of their gaming, whether it be bringing something to the forefront or new items implemented, so that way they can expand their services to their customers.
And do you have to travel at all to each location, or what? Do you have a corporate office?
Travel to each location and to our corporate office, correct.
And then does your work at all cross over with your husband's work, or not really?
No, ma'am. He's just a stocker at Total Wine with Southern Wine.
Wasn't sure. Okay. I'm happy to support your application, and thank you for being here today. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And tell me, Ms. Jurgens, is part of your role to be in charge of compliance for all gaming laws and regulations? Is that fall under your purview?
Correct. And it is something that I am learning.
Good, good. Glad to hear. And Member Sindall, I'll ask you, how often you get out to the properties? Is this on a daily basis, a weekly basis? How often do you get out to each one of them?
For most of them, it is a weekly basis that I try to hit all of the locations.
Okay, great. Very good. As I said, I'm very happy to support your application. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Giminani, anything else you'd like to add?
No, we really appreciate the hard work of staff and Agent Lundeen in particular, and we'll hope that you'll recommend her approval of her application. So
Great.
thank you.
Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 14.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll be glad to do that. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 14 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank
Good
you very
luck to
much.
you. Thank you
Thank you.
all. Thank you. All right, so we're now going to take a break for lunch, and I told the other items that they didn't need to be back till 1:30. So we're going to be in recess until 1:30, and we'll come back and start with non-restricted item number 11, and then the others we didn't get to. As I said, we'll get through 16 today and the horse racing matter, and we'll handle the other items tomorrow. So we're in recess till 1:30. Thank you. All right, let's go back on the record at 1:30. We left off with non-restricted item number 11. Madam Secretary, would please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Stephen Kopcho for licensure as an officer at Galaxy Gaming, Inc.
Morning, Mr. Shear. Actually, afternoon. I apologize. Things are flying by today. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Board Member Sendall, Madam Secretary, for the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Kopcho. Stephen Kopcho is to my left, and he is prepared to make a brief affirmative presentation and then answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shear. Good afternoon, Mr. Kopcho. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your role with the company.
Absolutely. My name is Stephen Kopcho. I am the CFO of Galaxy Gaming. Before I begin, I just want to thank the board for the time this afternoon, as well as Agent Doyle, and although not here today, Agent Lane, for making this inherent tedious and invasive process as smooth and easy as possible. So thank you. Stephen Kopcho, CFO of Galaxy Gaming. Been in Las Vegas for a little over 20 years at this point. I'm a graduate of UNLV, holding a bachelor's in accounting. Also hold a CPA license here in Nevada as well. I've spent nearly 20 years professionally, mostly in the gaming sector on both the operator and the supplier side, starting my career with Ernst & Young, auditing large operating companies like Wynn Resorts, Ameristar, and Station Casinos. Spent about 5 years in public. Subsequent to that, I jumped to industry, taking on various technical accounting roles at Shuffle Master, Wynn Resorts, as well as Play AGS. It was at Play AGS that I was able to break out of the traditional accounting role and into investor relations. And I was able to accompany both the CEO and CFO on the initial IPO roadshow there. So it's kind of my breakout of the traditional accounting path and kind of a crash course into capital markets and the inner workings of Wall Street. Subsequent to Play AGS, I took a more formal corporate finance role with Every Technologies, where I served as the vice president of finance, kind of overseeing FP&A, evaluated and helped the operations team look at mergers and acquisition opportunities, as well as help facilitate and refinance the company's debt, which was $1 billion at that time. Over this course of nearly 20 years, I've kind of acquired an eclectic skill set of technical accounting, corporate accounting, SEC reporting, M&A activity, as well as debt refinancing, which lends itself seamlessly into my role on a day-to-day basis with Galaxy Gaming. So on a day-to-day, I oversee corporate accounting functioning, SEC reporting, FP&A and budgeting, as well as managing day-to-day cash and debt refinancing, which we successfully accomplished earlier this year. So that's me on a professional side. Personal side, I have a lovely wife who is a deputy DA here in Clark County, and we have 2 lovely children, 8 and 10. So if I'm not doing Galaxy Gaming items, I'm out there coaching my son's soccer team and, playing full-time chauffeur for my daughter, getting her to and from various gymnastic practices and events. But that's me in a nutshell on a professional and personal side, and happy to dive in deeper in any questions you may have.
That's great. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you with us here today. Obviously, we've got a very detailed background on you, but it's nice to hear from you personally rather than just reading it off of these pieces of paper we have in front of us. So great to hear about your professional and your personal life. And we all know about being a chauffeur for our kids. That's a full-time job for sure. I did want to ask you, how many full-time employees approximately are at Galaxy?
We just breached 50, so we're at about 52 right now. So it's always ever flexing, but we're a relatively small company.
And how many of those report directly to you?
Directly to me, 4, and then we have about a dozen or so underneath the full umbrella under my scope.
Got it. Okay, great. As I said, your background and your education and how long you've been in the gaming industry makes me very comfortable in being able to support your application. I didn't have any concerns at all. And again, pleasure to have you with us here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. Shearer, always good to see you. Thanks for being here, Mr. Kopko, in person. Appreciate that. Your resume is very, very good. Excellent CV. We've got a very detailed report from Agent Colin Lane. Did a great job there. So this will be your first time licensed in Nevada. but you've been licensed in other jurisdictions and you have some pending in other jurisdictions.
Correct.
Great, great. Yeah, no concerns. Everything's in order. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you, and thank you for your affirmative presentation. You addressed a lot of questions that I had. And my understanding is your application got amended to include the role of treasurer and secretary, but that doesn't really change your day-to-day.
No, it was more so until I received a certain number of regulatory approvals in certain jurisdictions. That's when it would kind of come into the fold of both secretary and treasurer, in addition to the CFO role.
Got it. And then you have an employment agreement, is that correct? And that's still a 3-year term?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But happy where you're at, I'm assuming, and looking to be there longer.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed reading your application materials and appreciate you being here today and happy to support your application. So
thank you.
Is there any public update that you want to give us on the Evolution transaction or timing?
No, I think the public disclosures we made up until this point still hold. No true update. I think it's more just getting through the regulatory process on the Evolution side. But aside from that, there's really no material update to be had at this moment.
Great. Appreciate that. Mr. Shearer, anything else you'd like to add?
Just want to echo the thanks to Agent Lane for his work on this application.
Great. Always appreciate that. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 11.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission on non-restricted agenda item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good
Thank
luck
you very
to
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, we handled number 12 before our lunch break, so I believe we're on non-restricted number 13.
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Rick Goldstein for licensure as a key employee at Coast Hotels and Casinos, Inc., doing business as Suncoast Hotel and Casino.
Good afternoon, Ms. Okerberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Boyd Gaming Corporation. Here with me today is the applicant, Rick Goldstein. I'd like to ask him to provide a little bit of an overview of his background and talk with you about his current duties and responsibilities.
Great. Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you?
Great.
Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, thanks for having me today. So I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California. Made my way to Las Vegas in 1992. At that time, I went to University of Nevada, Las Vegas and obtained my degree in Bachelor's of Science in Finance. And my first gaming position was at the Palace Station Hotel and Casino. And I was a restaurant host and supervisor. And from there, I went on to many other positions, worked on the Strip over about a 30-year period. I've been in and out of Las Vegas a couple of times. I made my way and joined Boyd Gaming in 2016 when they asked that I'd go to Kansas. I went to Mulvane, Kansas, and I was the AGM there, Assistant General Manager. And I spent 3 years in Kansas when they kindly brought me back to Las Vegas in a lateral position as the Assistant General Manager for the Suncoast Hotel. I spent another few years doing that, and I was promoted in 2023 to the Cannery Hotel and Casino on Craig Road as the general manager. Very shortly thereafter, they asked me to come back to the Suncoast and be the general manager in where I've been since. As the general manager of the Suncoast, I oversee multiple departments, finance, slots, table games, human resources, food and beverage, surveillance, most departments. I have approximately 17 directors and managers that report to me. From a position of who I report to the Executive Vice President, Steve Schutte. He runs the operations here in Las Vegas. On a personal side, I'm married. I still have a 12-year-old at my age, And so like this other gentleman, I'm running around for her all the time. My activities outside of work are pretty simple. I have time to donate some volunteer work for Vegas Verde's school. I donate some time to my daughter's school, Pinecrest. And I work with 3 Squared Food Bank to provide some volunteer services. And that's about all for me. If you'd have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Again, pleasure having you with us here today and hearing a little bit about your personal and professional lives. As you've heard me say earlier, we have a very detailed write-up here on your background, which I'm sure you're fully aware of.
Yes.
After our agents ask you a lot of questions, and makes it easy for us to read about it, but always wonderful to hear about you tell your story personally. I had no concerns at all. And as you said, you've been involved in the gaming industry for quite a number of years. So no areas of concern and no reason that you shouldn't be involved as a licensee in Nevada's gaming industry. But I did want to ask you, as a vice president and general manager of a property like Suncoast, what would you say is your biggest challenge and your biggest triumph?
My largest challenge is probably mentoring and motivating the team. You know, it's difficult to keep everybody excited and moving forward with strategies and things that we do and things that we change. But I think we do a pretty good job. And so that's challenging for me. Something very positive. I'm a very number-oriented individual, and to drive revenue and make it profitable for the leaders and the board of our company makes me extremely excited. And we've come across a few wonderful years that I've been a part of. And so that makes me feel very valuable to the company. And it makes me feel really good that I can provide that leadership for Boyd Gaming. So those would be the 2.
That's great. Appreciate that. And again, very well put together of everything that tells us about your background and your qualifications. So very happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here. And Ms. Okerberg, always great to see you. The 4 years in Hawaii, were you there?
Almost 5.
5? Yeah, tell me about that. Where were you?
So I worked for, okay, so it's a little weird to understand, but I worked for a billionaire who was actually the owner of Cirque du Soleil, which I'm sure you've heard of.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So I managed his private facility and his personal assets. I was asked to go to basically take his property and turn it into like a mini resort. And it was for only the ultra high net worth individuals around the world to come and rent. And so I had to obtain my real estate license and actually open a brokerage in Hawaii, because that is the only way to rent facilities in Hawaii. It's really not an Airbnb system. It's through a real estate agent or a travel agent. And so I did that for him for multiple years.
That was on the Big Island, Kona.
On the Big Island in Kona, yes.
Why would you ever leave?
I didn't want to, sir. I had my 3rd child and my wife wanted to come home. So I said, okay.
Happy wife, happy life.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, Agent Schweitzer did a really good job. Very thorough report. No concerns, no real questions or anything. The renovation that's going on at the Suncoast, what are you guys planning to do in the back there where the old sports book used to be? It's all walled off now.
It is, yes.
So what's coming in there? Hopefully a nice Italian restaurant. You need an Italian restaurant up there.
I know that, and our customers want that as well.
Okay.
That area actually will be our brand new bingo room.
Okay.
Upstairs is currently where bingo is located.
Yeah.
We've decided to bring bingo downstairs.
Where's the Italian restaurant?
I don't know yet. It's coming soon.
I love William B's. You did a great job.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a fabulous steakhouse.
Yeah, I'm very proud of that.
But there's really not a really great Italian restaurant in that whole area there between the Rampart and Suncoast. And
we used to have an Italian restaurant.
You did? I loved it. Yeah, from Bob Harry.
That's right. Salvatore's.
Salvatore's.
It's no longer there, but we're working on many things. Hopefully we'll bring something back.
I'll just put it in the suggestion box.
You got it.
Gaming Control Board.
You got it. I'll let everyone know.
I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Very well qualified.
Thank you very much.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your affirmative presentation and your background. You have a long history in kind of the gaming area. And one thing I wanted to kind of find out more about is, I think the very first thing I saw on our listing, at least, was VP of Food and Beverage Director at MGM. Can you tell me a little bit about how you started in food and beverage and kind of worked your way from Cirque to back?
Yeah, I started in food and beverage as a young teenager, actually, back in Los Angeles. And when I came to Las Vegas, I was going to UNLV and I just wanted to make money. And so I continued on at Palace Station doing that. And I found a wonderful person who recruited me to MGM Resorts. Her name was Helen Kyle, or Helen Kamer, when she married Gregory Kamer. He's an attorney here in town. She recruited me to the MGM Resorts, and I worked in human resources actually for 3 years. And she taught me everything I really needed to know about the gaming business from the human resources side. But I had this real strong itch to get back in food and beverage. And so throughout my career, almost 18 years with MGM Resorts, I worked my way up to be the vice president of food and beverage and helped design, build, and operate a ton of restaurants, bars, and lounges. And I held every position you can imagine in the food and beverage field, from financial analyst to food and beverage training manager to floor managers in all the restaurants. And so I thought I would only do that the rest of my life. That was my passion, but I met Ted Bogich, our COO of Boyd Gaming, and he convinced me to go to Kansas and step outside the food and beverage world and become an AGM and learn about the gaming side of the business. So that's the short story.
No, I appreciate that. I just saw that transition and I was just curious how that came about. And then how did the Cirque opportunity arise?
So when I worked for Treasure Island, I actually managed the Cirque du Soleil showroom called Mystère for a period of time. And I met all of the Cirque du Soleil performers and management team. And at one point, I became such good friends with them. I received a phone call from them in 2010 that said, "Hey, you've been in this casino business and managing lots of people. Would you ever think about moving to Hawaii and helping us do something similar?" Because a lot of food and beverage was related in Hawaii. We had to hire chefs, cook everything, and serve everyone in the facility. And so I said, well, I'll come by and see if I like Hawaii. And I loved it. And so I took the leap. It was a really weird time here in Nevada at that time, but during what we call the recession. And I thought, what a great opportunity to just, leave for a while, see if I like it, and do something different with my life. So that's kind of how that happened.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. And I appreciate the follow-up. I know we had some follow-up questions on the materials that were provided. And then where does your wife work now? Does she still do real estate or use the real estate license that she acquired from Hawaii?
She acquired one. We both put them on hold when we left. My wife's worked for Golden Entertainment for a number of years, since 2007, back and forth, whenever we leave and come back and go to Kansas and come back. She works for the PTs bar groups. She's a general manager for one of the PTs.
Got it. And so your youngest is 12 then?
My oldest is 28, my middle is 25, and my little one is 12.
Wow.
Yeah.
Young.
Starting over.
Yeah. Well, thank you for those explanations and your background. And I'm happy to support your application. And
thank you very much.
Be here.
Thank you again, Mr. Goldstein. Pleasure hearing about your life.
Thank you.
And everything you're doing for Suncoast. So again, I'm personally very happy to support your application. Ms. Okerberg, is there anything else you need to add?
Thank you, Chair Hendrick. I would just like to reiterate the comments that Judge Assad shared about Senior Agent or Special Agent Schweitzer. He was wonderful to work with, as always, very professional. We appreciate it very much.
Great. Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 13.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item 13, excuse me, number 13 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good
Thank
luck
you
to
very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, we did number 14 before our lunch break, so that brings us to non-restricted item number 15.
Non-restricted number 15 are the applications of Evoke PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering and for an exemption of a requirement of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 16.115 pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 16.450. It is also the applications of 888 US Limited and 888 US Services, Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering.
Good afternoon, Ms. Maxon Rushton.
Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Evoke, formerly known as 888 Holdings. Joining me today, I hope, is Chief Financial Officer Sean Wilkins, and I apologize, I don't see him on the video, so yes, sir.
Give us 1 second and we'll see if we can add him in. No, he's not on the waiting list. Wilkins. All right. Do you want a second to try to call him?
Yes, Chair, if you don't mind, if we could just sit at ease for a
Yeah,
moment, or if you
no,
could call the
please,
next
we'll
matter
be
and
in
I'll
recess for 2 minutes. You try to call him and be sure he's got the right contact info.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you. We're in recess for 2 minutes. Okay, that didn't take 2 minutes. We're back on the record, and let's see if we can add in Mr. Wilkins. All right.
Hello?
There we go. Can you hear us?
I can.
Great. You can speak up a little bit to be sure we can hear you.
Sure.
Great. We can hear you. And Ms. Rushton is going to present her opening comments, and then we'll turn to you in a moment.
Thank you. And again, for the record, Kimberly Maxon Rushton appearing on behalf of Evoke. Before we begin, I wanted to thank you, Chair, for allowing Mr. Wilkins to appear via video today. As your board records likely reflect, he both lives and works in London. However, the board and commission will have the opportunity to meet him later this summer when he appears before you for his personal application. As the board is aware, Evoke is licensed in Nevada as an interactive gaming service provider, also as a manufacturer and distributor of gaming systems. And while it operates in 22 global jurisdictions under the brands of William Hill, 888, and Mr. Green, its footprint in Nevada is specific to the technology platform that it provides for Caesars Interactive Entertainment in the World Series of Poker, which serves shared liquidity poker operations in 4 jurisdictions under the Multi-State Internet Gaming Association, which, as you know, Nevada is a member of. Evoke has been registered in Nevada as a publicly traded corporation since 2013. At that time, as the board is aware, because of the fact that it's listed on the London Stock Exchange, it was required to meet and demonstrate the specifics under 463.633 relative to foreign PTCs. At that time, based on the board's review of the London Stock Exchange and its suitability, comparableness to the US Stock Exchange, the board did allow Evoke, then 888, to be registered as a PTC. Also at that time, based on the company's financial health, they were also granted their initial shelf application. So the matter before you today is actually the 4th renewal of their shelf. I note the fact of their initial registration and their prior shelves because of the fact that in each occasion, the board has had the opportunity to review the standards of the London Stock Exchange to ensure, again, their compatibility with that of the United States Stock Exchanges. In addition to that, the board has also had the opportunity to confirm that Evoke has been timely in all of their respective filings, akin to both 10K and 10Q. Those are made with the Financial Conduct Association, which is comparable to our U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. And based on that, again, Evoke has demonstrated to the board a history of financial suitability and stability. However, the matter before you today, by virtue of the fact that they are not on an American stock exchange, does not automatically qualify them for a shelf approval. And based on the second criteria that they're unable to meet, we seek before you a waiver pursuant to 16.450. And I assure you that based on the testimony that you'll hear from Mr. Wilkins about the company's overall operations and its finances, and you will be, the request for an exemption will not be hard to grant based on the fact that it does clearly meet the intent of the Nevada Gaming Act. And so with that, Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Wilkins, again, the Chief Financial Officer for Evoke, to provide more background with respect to the company's operations and its current financials.
Thank you, Ms. Rushton. Good evening to you, Mr. Wilkins. We appreciate you joining us via teleconference. And as Ms. Rushton said, we would have had you here live, but because you'll be here in the next few months, it didn't seem to make sense that you have to come back twice for the purposes of this application. So please introduce yourself for the record. And as Ms. Rushton said, tell us a little bit about what these applications are for.
Sure. So I'm Sean Wilkins. I'm the Group CFO of Evoke. I've been the Group CFO since February last year. So for 15, 16 months now. And before that, I was been CFO of various different companies for about 20 years now, which makes me feel a bit old when I say that. I think Miss Rushton went through the reasons that we're here and what the application is for. Did you want me to just talk through some of the questions that you'd raised? Because I got those in advance. I'm very happy just to walk through those if that's helpful.
Yeah, let's do that. I also was interested if you have any plans for this shelf, or is this just to remain nimble for the company when the proper time strikes?
Definitely the latter. No, there's no immediate plans for any major transactions. But being a public limited company, we need to maintain our agility in the future. So that's what this is for.
Great, and exactly why the commission adopted this Regulation 16 procedure is so that companies like yours would have the ability to strike when the iron's hot. So completely understand that. As Ms. Rushton went through, normally in these situations, we have the applicant explain why the criteria of Regulation 16.115 is met. In this situation, it just doesn't fit neatly into the requirements that usually, as Ms. Rushton said, being on a U.S. stock exchange or having stockholders' equity that meets our threshold. In this particular situation, that just doesn't happen. And it seems that Regulation 16.115, which was adopted back in 1983, last amended in 2011, probably needs to be revisited. It probably should have been revisited several years ago, and we wouldn't be sitting here today having this conversation. But there are certainly comparable foreign stock exchanges that should be captured, in my opinion, in Regulation 16.115, one of those being the London Stock Exchange, which Evoke trades on, and which is certainly a well-known and very well-respected exchange. Yet it isn't listed in our 16.115 criteria, and that's probably because foreign publicly traded companies just weren't contemplated approximately 40 years ago when Regulation 16.115 was first adopted. Fortunately for us, the commission did provide a mechanism for limited exemptions to Regulation 16, and pursuant to that mechanism, the board can recommend that the commission make an exemption to certain requirements in Regulation 16, including a transaction. And that's if the commission were to determine that an exemption is consistent with the purpose of the Gaming Control Act. So as you mentioned, Mr. Wilkins, we'll go through some of those questions, be sure that fits, so this board may consider a recommendation to the commission of an exemption. I know that to begin with, Ms. Rushton provided this board with a very detailed explanation that went through a confidential analysis, certainly, but an analysis that provides the board clarity on what Evoke is requesting today, and Evoke's position that all of these criteria do make it consistent with the requirements of the Gaming Control Act. So let's start a little bit with that. Either one of you can answer these, but I want to go down through a few things for the purposes of the record. Applying the standards of Regulation 16.060, in order for the granting of an exemption of Reg 16, the board is to consider relevant material facts as well as the effect of the proposed action or approval. Based on the analysis of the information provided and the results of the investigation conducted by the board, there's certain factors to be considered under 16.115 sub 1. And let me ask you, first of all, we talked about Evoke is not listed on the financial exchange designated under 16.115. It is on the London Stock Exchange, which is very reputable. Is there anything, Ms. Rushton or Mr. Wilkins, you'd like to add on why you believe the London Stock Exchange would neatly fit in the criteria that lists out the U.S. stock exchanges?
And I'll defer to Sean.
Mr. Wilkins, why don't you go ahead and take that on? You've obviously been in the financial market industry for quite a number of years. Do you have any opinion on why the London Stock Exchange is considered comparable to the exchanges that are handled under the U.S. laws?
I mean, only that it's been a functioning stock exchange for, a very, very long period of time, longer than the U.S. stock exchanges. And it's got an extremely good reputation. It's got numerous companies on it. It's comparable in those ways. It's clearly not as big as some of the US exchanges, but it's certainly big and liquid enough for the longevity of it to be reassured.
And that's fair. And I think you're correct. It's on the same par as far as a reputation may not be total financial amount of assets, but in terms of reputation and longevity, I would certainly agree with that personally. I think also that the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, the U.S. exchange is being listed, if we were to consider new international exchanges, in my opinion, the London Stock Exchange would be one of the first ones on that list. So I'm comfortable with that. Another question that we would need for purpose of the record, when we talked about stockholders' equity, there's a standard threshold of $10 million not being met here. Would you have an opinion, either one of you, as to why the company's current status is more important from a financial standpoint than a pure $10 million stockholders' equity?
Go ahead, Mr. Wilkins.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You want me to answer that question, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Sure. So look, shareholders' equity in end of 23 was £67 million positive, and at the end of last financial year, December 24, was 95.8 million negative. So it's 163 million movement. Within that movement, there is one particularly enormous transaction in the books, which is a non-cash transaction. When we made the acquisition, when 888 made the acquisition of William Hill in 2022, it recognized a whole series of assets on the balance sheet, which are amortizing over time. And 125 million of cost was recognized over the course of 2024, which was a non-cash cost, right? It's literally a question of amortizing assets that were purchased in 2022. So it doesn't impact the cash flow or the viability of the company at all. On top of that, there's also 105 million of depreciation, which again is a non-cash cost. So, when you think about this business being in a negative equity state, it's because of the non-cash costs being amortized over time from the transaction in 2022. If you look at one of the other questions you had was around EBITDA, and I think that is, the right question. I think of EBITDA as a much better indicator of the health of the company. And the EBITDA that we made over the course of 2024 was 312 million. That's 4% increase on what we made in 2023, which was 300 million. And of course, that's effectively cash profitability. So the business in terms of cash profit generated 312 million. Over the course of 2024, we also spent CapEx, and we've been investing extremely heavily in transforming the business. We inherited a business a year and a half ago, which had lacked investment and which had lacked really a plan to bring two big businesses together and benefit from the synergies of bringing those businesses together. And to benefit from the synergies of bringing businesses together, you need to incur some costs. It's particularly true in the UK because we end up paying reasonably high redundancy costs. It's normally about 3 to 4 months of anybody that's let go. And so the business has been paying significant transformation costs to bring this business back to a growth curve. So, I think that explains 2024 and why we've got the negative equity, and indeed why I'm less or not particularly bothered by it. If I look forward to 2025, I'm expecting to see good growth in profitability, good growth in revenue. And, the start of the year has certainly indicated that that will be the case. That will grow EBITDA to, significantly higher than 312 that we generated in 2023. And it will also make us cash generative for the year. So in terms of cash balance, our cash balance will go up between December 24 and December 2025. So that's a kind of an overview of why I look much more at the cash flows of the company, etc., rather than the actual negative equity state that we're in, and an explanation of the negative equity state that we're in. The only other thing I think is probably worth saying is that we ended the year with well in advance of 200 million of liquidity. And when I'm thinking about liquidity, I'm thinking about cash in the business, excluding customer balances, obviously, because we don't own the customer balances much as we hold them in the bank. Plus any undrawn on the revolving credit facility, and this business can survive on far less than that, right? So having well in excess of 200 million in liquidity, and knowing that we are going to generate cash and grow during 2025 means that I'm very, very comfortable that this business is a going concern. And what doesn't have any short-term liquidity problems.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wilkins. And the fact that you being the CFO said a couple of times that you feel very comfortable, that makes me more comfortable. You're sitting in the hot seat, and the purpose of this waiver is to be sure that we're protecting the state of Nevada, its investors, its citizens, its customers. And the first person I would have called to say how the company's doing would be the CFO. So very glad to see that you're comfortable with where the company's at. And this is just an anomaly that our regulation doesn't fit with the business health based on one criteria. So I would say that Evoke's business history actually displays a record of financial stability, obviously integrity and successful operations. So I'm comfortable with that point. You mentioned the acquisition. There was an acquisition that caused this situation of the stockholders' equity where it is today. But that's actually, would you say, provided Evoke with an opportunity to actually expand and increase its revenue?
Absolutely. The acquisition was of William Hill International Assets by 888. William Hill is actually a bigger business than 888, so it more than doubled the size of the business. But equally, it brought together, William Hill's reputation is based in the UK. It's around sports betting and it's around retail. Whereas 888's reputation is much more international and it's much more around gaming. And so you bring those two things together and they're extremely complementary, both in terms of geographies, but also in terms of product. So yeah, absolutely made a business that was significantly stronger going forward.
Great. And also, if approved by the commission, your continuous or delayed public offering will provide Evoke with the ability to restructure existing debt, improve its financial stability going forward, or other financial concerns which will actually strengthen the company. Would you agree with that for the record?
Look, undoubtedly. I mean, one of the things that people look at, particularly for balance sheet strength, is leverage. And our leverage has been dropping considerably since half year last year. It's on a great trajectory, and it will, my strong expectation is it will continue to drop.
Great. And lastly, I want to put on the record myself that, to my knowledge, Evoke has made a full and complete disclosure of all material facts relative to this proposed action. So that makes me comfortable as well for the application that's in front of us. Based on all those factors, I believe that provides reasons for a basis of granting an Evoke an exemption from the requirements of NGC regulated 16115 sub 1, and that it would be consistent with the public policy the state has set forth in NRS 463.0129. Those are certainly my personal opinions, but do appreciate you walking through and putting some of this on the record with me. And I, of course, want to hear from my colleagues. Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. And first of all, Ms. Rushton, thank you for that excellent presentation. Very informative, and shout out to Agent Anthony Beeler for producing a very comprehensive and excellent report, and for Senior Deputy Agent McGaugh for his memo regarding the exemption and 16115. So that being said, when I look at a company, if I'm going to invest in a company to see if it's solvent, it depends on the company. I mean, if it's a tech company, I'm not too concerned about the PE ratio and the earnings and so forth. That comes in a future date. A lot of these tech companies, they start out negative and then they come out strong. Your company's different. Your company, I'm looking at, if I was going to invest, EBITDA and cash flow. You've addressed those two concerns. The cash flow is very important. The EBITDA, you said it was around 300 million, I believe. Is that correct? Something like that?
Yeah, in excess, yeah.
So, you know, that shows me that the company is very strong from a financial perspective. It's very solvent. And that's the basic genesis for 16115 and the requirements therein. So in my opinion, you qualify for the exemption under 16450, and you're comporting with 4630129. And given the nature of the gaming industry worldwide, how interconnected and global the financial networks are in terms of companies wanting to invest, not just in the US, but all over the place, I think it's well overdue that we revisit Reg 16115 and modify it to go beyond just the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, and really encompass exchanges like the Hang Seng, the London Exchange, the Australian Exchange, the Japanese. There are exchanges all over the world that are extremely well balanced and solid, and they have years of longevity to them. So I think we need to move in that direction as far as looking at that reg at some future date to broaden the perspective for 16115 to include companies in situations like yours. So I'm more than happy to support this application. I concur with the sentiments and the remarks by Chairman Hendricks, and I'm wishing you all the luck in the world. Good luck to you as well, Ms. Rushton.
Thanks.
Member Sendall, questions, comments?
Yeah, thank you for staying up late and joining us. You addressed a lot of it during your dialogue with the chairman, and I don't have too much to add. I just wanted to confirm currently there's no Nevada employees with Evoke at this time.
That is correct, for the record.
And you said this is the fourth, or so this will be the fifth shelf application, if I'm correct.
Fourth renewal of the original one. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And so you mentioned the William Hill transaction, and then also there was a termination of a partnership, if I remember correctly from the materials with
With respect to Sports Illustrated.
Yes. Yes.
Hold that microphone a little
Oh, thank you. But overall, your explanation of where the company's at and the combined liquidity and the leverage, I'm happy to support your request here today. So thank you.
Thanks.
And again, this is a unique situation that apparently just hasn't arisen. As you said, this is the fifth time that Evoke has come before the board, and multiple other gaming licensees have come before the board, and this situation just doesn't neatly fit. But I believe the record we created this afternoon does make the board in a comfortable position to make a recommendation to the commission that an exemption of the regulation is warranted under these particular circumstances. I would also echo what the judge spoke about formally requesting that the corporate security section work with the board's senior policy counsel, as well as the Attorney General's office, to begin conversations with the industry, conduct regulatory workshops, and to be sure that we spend the time to properly update Regulation 16115. So hopefully those conversations will happen in the next few months. And Ms. Rushton, seems like you'd be the perfect person to be involved in those conversations based on your extensive knowledge of this unique situation that we're facing today. So we'll certainly invite you into those conversations. Is there any other points you'd like to add, Ms. Rushton?
Just a few closing remarks, Chair. I'd like to take the opportunity also to thank Agent Beeler and Supervisor Crowley. And it's significant to your last comment because when we started discussing this specific application and the intent of Reg 16.115, it's clear that Nevada wants to ensure that your publicly traded companies that are licensees are financially solvent, therefore giving them the ability to go to market over a 3-year period without the obligation to come in and seek pre-approval. And so recognizing that, and again, looking at how antiquated the regulation is and the number of foreign PTCs that you currently have licensed in Nevada that also enjoy the shelf approval. So when you look at those, I think it's important, again, that we move forward to recognize that we need to amend Reg 16.115. I think it's also important that I set forth the specifics under the 463.633, because when a company is registered, as you know, as a PTC, those standards and the stock market that exchange that they're on are evaluated. And in this instance, the comparability between the London Stock Exchange and the United States Stock Exchange, their entry, their credit listings, their reporting requirements, their disclosure, the regulatory oversight, all of those line up very squarely with what you see here in the United States in terms of the American Stock Exchange. So those are further reasons why not only is the application right for consideration and approval and the exemption, but also why we probably need to open up a reg workshop and address this. You just have so many licensees, Chair, that I think that this is applicable to, and this situation is an opportunity to really expand upon that and ensure that companies like Evoke have that nimbleness to be able to go to market. And because of the fact that they're on a solid stock exchange, it gives you the level of comfort that they are properly regulated. And at the end of the day, you're not going to have fraud committed on licensees in Nevada, and that the policies of Nevada gaming standards are maintained and met. And so for those reasons, Chair, I thank you again for the board's consideration, but also the working with the agents who recognize the uniqueness of this and worked with us to obviously get here today. And so we certainly appreciate their expertise and acumen in this area. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for that as well. And I presume you've reviewed the order, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe it's the third.
That's what I have in front of me. And as you know, in all of these orders, to protect the state of Nevada, there is an ability for the board chair to issue a stop order. Very rare, to my knowledge, may have never been used. This being a unique situation, though, I just point that out, that if there was some chance of anything happening, the state would always be protected if there's a necessity to. Don't expect that to happen. Don't expect that it ever has happened. And it's not being put in Evoke's order. It's in every order for this particular regulation. So if you're comfortable with the draft that you have in front of you, Ms. Rushton, Judge, do you have that same order?
I believe so. Draft number 3 dated 4/8/20.
Is that what you have, Ms. Rushton, 4/8/25?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Then do you have anything else to add, Ms. Rushton?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 15, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, to include the order draft number 3, date of 4/8/2025, file number SD-223.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much indeed.
All right. Bring us, Madam Secretary, to, I believe we're on non-restricted 16, correct?
Correct. Non-restricted number 16 is the request to withdraw the application of Matthew Galanti for licensure as a key employee at Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith. I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you today on non-restricted item number 16, which is NRSI's request to withdraw the application of Matthew Galanti. I'm here on behalf of NRSI. And NRSI is requesting this withdrawal because Mr. Galanti is no longer employed with the company. The company would like to thank Agent Colby Young and Supervisor Olia Barbie for their work on this application. And I'm happy to answer any questions that I might be able to.
Thank you. Mr. Galanti, please introduce yourself for the record.
Hello, I'm Matthew Galanti, Galanti.
Thank you. And you heard what Mr. Smith said. Do you understand why you were before the board this afternoon?
Yes, I do. I was terminated from NRSI, so they have to withdraw the gaming application.
And have you consulted with an attorney? Not saying that you have to have an attorney, but have you consulted with a gaming attorney who understands Nevada gaming laws regarding this process today?
Yes, I have. Unfortunately, at this time, lawyers are very expensive. I was terminated, and then a week later, my wife was terminated from the same employer. So we do not have any income right now. I believe at this time, it's just not warranted.
Okay, and as I said, it's absolutely not required. I just wanted to be sure that you had that opportunity. Do you understand that there are ramifications depending on what the board were to recommend and what the Nevada Gaming Commission were to do, especially if they were to sustain any denial recommendation of withdrawing this application and moving forward with your application that may result in a denial? I know that's a lot of words, but do you understand there's ramifications to that in the gaming industry?
Yes, I do. This was, of course, came as a surprise to me, the termination. I had my my investigation, I believe, on January 7th, and I was terminated on January 8th, the day after. I met with agents Colby Young. So the very next day, I was terminated, and so again, it was a surprise to me, and I've been learning or looking up, and with the assistance of Agent Young, he has assisted me in emails and tried to get me through this process.
We are certainly prepared to move forward today, and we're going to have a lot of questions for you about what happened with your former employer, where we were in the investigation at the time your separation from the company happened, the amount of materials you had given to us, your background. There's a lot of questions that myself and I'm sure my colleagues here will have for you. Are you prepared that you want to go forward with that process today, or would you like to have an opportunity to speak with an attorney, understanding that attorneys are not cheap, but you certainly, if you tell me you want the right to have this continued until next month so you can consult with an attorney, I would certainly give you that opportunity. And if you tell me that you're not going to have an attorney and you want to go forward today, I just want to be sure you fully understand that there could be ramifications that affect your career, possibly for many years involved in Nevada's gaming industry.
I do understand that. I have to do what's right for the family right now. Is obviously keep the roof over my children's head, and lawyers are $5,000 to $10,000 up front for something like this. So I do understand what possibly can be denied, yes, but I do have information And I'd like to present that to you today.
Okay, then with that understanding, then we're prepared, and I assume my colleagues are prepared to go forward and ask you a series of questions. Mr. Smith, you're welcome to sit there, or you're welcome to sit in the chairs. I don't think at this point we're going to have questions for you, but you can sit there, you can sit in the chairs, and we'll call you back up if we do. But I'm guessing that most of our questions will go to Mr. Galante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary, are you prepared to swear in Mr. Galante?
Give me just one moment to pull up the language. All right, I'm ready.
Go ahead and raise your right hand. Madam Secretary is going to ask you something here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully and accurately provide testimony, and that that testimony that you provide the board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Judge Assad if you'd like to start with questions for Mr. Galante. Please feel free. And then I'm sure myself and Member Sindall will have questions as well.
All right, very well. Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Mr. Galante, you said that you wanted to present some information on your own behalf.
Yes, I've been going through things that information that was given to me by Colby Young, Agent Young, and just wanted to, I had written down a few items that I would like to go over.
Go right ahead.
All right, thank you. He did let me know, obviously I'm here because of the determination from NRSI. Also, but he brought up some issues that was found during the shortened investigation. I was not able to respond because of the termination. So, but I'm going to respond to what he emailed me. I believe it was during his investigation revealed that I was written up 19 times at NRSI. So I believe in an interview I was asked that if I was ever written up. If I answered no, the definition of a write-up to me may be different. But in the past 5 years as management with NRSI, I was not written up for poor job performance. NRSI writes up for, I'm going to say, everything. If you are sick, you can able to make it to work. You'll be documented. It may not necessarily be a write-up, but it is documented in either a form or a database on the computer. Disciplinary actions are put in as, it could be a praise is a disciplinary action underneath NRSI. A policy review is under disciplinary actions with NRSI. And then you have a note to file 1, a note to file 2, a verbal 1, a verbal 2, a written 1, a written 2, and then a final. So when I answered that question, yes, I've been written up or documented with NRSI, but again, they document everything. So I could have been sick and called out. It could have been a praise. I could have gave great customer service, and that would be also in my file. Policy review, new items that came to us that we had to follow, that would also be put as a written something in writing. So it may not be that I was in trouble or I did anything wrong, but he found 19 different items in my folder. With counsel for NSRI, Mr. Cannon and Mrs. Cohen said they would get my folder from Richard Swan, which is the head of HR at NRSI. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. I was terminated before, so I didn't see my folder until I'm not sure when Agent Young received the documentation from NRSI. I'm not sure if that's after my termination. I'm not sure when he acquired that. Again, I'm going to go over the email that he sent, or he said he found in this investigation. 9 times at the Venetian. I spent 10 years at the Venetian. Nothing for poor job performance or not doing my duties. It was, I can't say for sure, but it must have been maybe a call out. Again, these companies, they document everything. I believe the Venetian was on a point system, not the same as NRSI. So if I called out sick, could have been a point. So to me, that's not a write-up. It's a document saying they have to document when you call out or sick. Let me see here. I didn't intentionally omit anything on my application. Again, you know, it's very thorough, the application. I submitted a lot of personal information about my life and about my family's life and about a lot of things. I did not intentionally omit dates for employment or anything like that. Let me see what came up. ARIA. I was on FMLA from ARIA, and I believe I brought that up in the meeting that we had on January 7th. It was bad management or poor management. I forgot what I put on the application. I don't have that in front of me, the application. But I did leave. I had FMLA, and I did not return from FMLA. So there was an incident with a manager, and I believe I said that in the interview. And then the Rio. I might have omitted it on my paperwork. I didn't remember that. It was brought up to me that I work for the Rio. And in the interview, I did say I worked 1 day for the Rio. In the email to me, it said 1 month. I worked 1 shift at the Rio, at the Palazzo Suites, the suites behind the Rio. And that was brought up during the investigation. I did a private event for Elton John at the Palazzo Suites. And that was that. And I brought that up during the investigation. So to cover everything on this email that I've received from Agent Young. One more thing. I'm not sure. Aria said unauthorized leave or absence. I'm not sure once I leave an employer what is put into my folder. Again, I didn't come back from FMLA, so I'm not sure what they did put into my folder. Obviously, I would not know that. So this is what information that Agent Young investigated on, and this is what he received.
You know, we're not here to decide whether the termination from NRSI was proper or not. We're here really basically to decide whether to accept the application to withdraw the application. So in that regard, and also to determine whether you're suitable or not to continue in the gaming industry. So you were terminated by Nevada Resort Association?
Yes, I was terminated by NRSI on January 8th, the day after investigation.
And that was for falsifying records and mileage?
I received notice of time clocks falsification, and that is untrue.
Falsifying work hours on the
Yes,
time card?
Yes, and that's untrue.
And falsifying mileage, you were?
No. Falsifying mileage, no. Falsifying time card is the reason they gave me for my termination.
Well, where were you supposed to be and where were you actually at?
Okay, so I ran 52 locations for NRSI, Dottie's, Bourbon Street, Northern Nevada, Southern Nevada. When I worked, I clocked in. So by beginning of my day, I would clock in. The end of my day, when I'm done with work, I would clock out.
Where were you supposed to be at?
They questioned me on January 8th with an interview with my boss, Thomas, and HR director. Where was I on January 7th?
Where were you?
With the board.
With where?
The board.
The board?
Yeah, my investigation, my hearing was on January 7th. And they asked me why I clocked in and why did I clock out for that day? And they moved forward termination on that.
Aren't you supposed to clock out when you're supposed to clock out?
I did. As soon as I left, I hit some traffic on the way home. I went to the nearest, I believe it was a Bourbon Street next to my house, close to my house, and I clocked out and in my day.
And you said you worked at Aria Resort also?
Yes, I did.
And what happened there? Were you terminated?
No, I did not return from FMLA. We had, my ex-wife and I had a baby. We had some issues with one of the managers. He called me when I was on FMLA. He accused me of not having my son. He said, my baby was never born. I tried to send you flowers. And cursing and yelling at me over the phone. He had the wrong last name. My ex-wife never changed her name to my last name. He tried to send flowers, and he thought that I was again falsifying FMLA and that I didn't have a child born. So I decided not to return for Aria because of that.
The reason Aria stated for terminating you was that it was an involuntary termination based upon unauthorized leave of absence. That's what they said.
Yes, that's what they said. That's what they apparently put in my folder when after leaving, but I did not return from my granted leave.
And Red Rock Casino and Resort and Spa, you worked there?
Yes, I did.
And were you terminated there or did you resign?
They offered, it didn't last long. It was 8 months. I came from the Cosmo. It was supposed to be a long term, and then they decided not to extend the program. So I was a butler manager, operations over the top couple floors. They offered me a severance, and they said, "Good luck." So I spent a couple months on leave or took a vacation, and then I ended up with Dottie's.
Did you make mention of the severance in your application?
Yes. But all this came as a surprise. I was 9.5 years with Dottie's, nothing but, I started at, my career was in being a butler manager for the resorts. I opened the Venetian, opened the Palazzo, I opened Aria. Then NRSI was something new for me in gaming. I started with them as a bartender, worked my way up, assistant manager, manager of 4 locations, manager of 6 locations, manager of 8 locations, assistant GM, and then GM. So 9.5 years with the company, and then having being investigated by the Game Control Board, and because I need for the licensing, very next day was terminated by them for something that something that did not happen. I didn't have time to falsify clock. I was told by my boss, Thomas Casaros, if I'm working, I must clock in. There's no no SOP, standard written procedure for a GM clocking in. I was salary. I still haven't gotten my full check, my last check from them. So it's been a challenge for myself and trying to get through this.
Is there anything else you want to say?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Judge Assad. I don't want to rehash what you just went through with the judge, but I did have a couple of questions. And let me begin by saying that nobody's here to hurt you. Nobody's here to hurt your family. Nobody's here to embarrass you. That's not the purpose of any of these proceedings. I, as the chair, will not let that happen.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But our responsibility is to protect the state of Nevada and the gaming industry.
Yes, of course.
And that's a pretty simple goal. It's all about execution of that goal. And the materials we have in front of us, the application is, the judge said, to withdraw the application, move on. But you understand that your application process was at least halfway there by the time we started this. In our materials, there is a question about whether or not you're raising some allegation that Gaming Control Board agents contacted NRSI after your interview, or are you still under the belief that there is some truth at all to that? And if so, do you want to explain that on the record?
No, I don't believe anything happened with that Game Control. I believe it was internal, something with council or someone else. But it seems very strange to me that I would go through that process and give my past 25 years of information to them, and the very next day be walked into HR accusing me of falsification of clocks. To me, that does not make sense. I was a good employee for 9.5 years, not being written up at all for poor job performance or clock issues, clocking in and out issues, nothing like that before.
You said it seemed strange.
Yes.
Explain what you think seems strange.
I don't know how to answer that question. To me, if I'm in the middle of an investigation and information was given to NRSI at this investigation, and they didn't know of it previously. To me, it's strange that I would be terminated the very next day.
You're saying that the timing of it, not that you have any belief that the board, NRSI did anything. You're saying just the coincidence of the timing caused you to think something was strange.
Yes.
And again, for the record, you have no proof that that's true, but it's just your personal feeling.
That's correct.
And you're telling us that you are disputing the reason why you were terminated by NRSI based on you clocking in on clocking out? Or are you agreeing that you didn't follow company procedure on clocking in and clocking out?
I did follow a company procedure. I clocked in when I was working and I clocked out when I was finished. It was a 24/7 position. I worked from home without clocking in. I answered emails on days off. I worked on vacations. But the requirement from my boss was to, when I start my day, to clock in, and then to, when I was finished with my day, clock out. So if I went to one location, I would clock in, or if I had other activities, my job was to check on other locations, other competitors. I had to shop for Dottie's. The Bourbon Street is different, where we have more than just gaming. We have a full prize wall with arcade. I made changes to the full prize wall in all 25 locations. We redid the menus. So my position wasn't just at a desk at Dottie's or in a specific office. I did not have an office. I traveled.
I don't need to get into too many details about the termination. As the judge said, it's not our responsibility or our goal today to determine whether or not that was accurate, but it does cause me to ask questions in the sense of, when you were terminated and you said, I clocked in and I clocked out, what did you do in between the clocking in and clock out? Was it your responsibility that Dottie's NRSI knew where you were in between that time? Did you have to check in between your clock in and clock out?
No, when we met, they didn't even know I had the investigation hearing on that Tuesday. So they said, why did you clock in at, say, Bourbon Street at 9 a.m. and then an hour and a half later leave? So I had to explain to them that I left that location being clocked in and went to the hearing. And then after that, I stopped at a Bourbon Street and I clocked out. They didn't know I was working.
And you said earlier you thought it was strange that after your interview with the Game Control Board agents, that the next day something would happen. Was anyone from NRSI at that interview with you when you had the interview with the Game Control Board agents?
Yes, at council, Mr. Cannon and Mrs. Cohen, Christina Cohen.
So you're saying that those two individuals from NRSI were with you at the interview with the Game Control Board agent?
Yes.
But then you're saying the next day, nobody knew where you were the previous day, but yet Mr. Smith and Ms. Cohen knew where you were?
No, the two people I met with was my boss, Thomas Casaros, and Richard Swan from HR. That's what came up. That was a question that came up during that 30-minute interview. They asked me where I was for Tuesday because they ran the cameras and they see me leave a location and they didn't know where I went.
Understood. Yeah, thank you for explaining that. Member Sindall, did you have questions?
Thank you. I want to clarify something on the reason you were terminated from NRSI. We received a letter through Mr. Young from your previous employer who essentially stated that, quote, the investigation of Mr. Galante found 3 dates where Mr. Galante was checked into a location but not present, 2 of which he claimed mileage for. All 3 dates were in the week immediately preceding the day of his termination. The 3 instances totaled approximately 18 hours of time where Mr. Galante was checked in at a location but not present. And I'm just going to add a little bit more for the record. Mr. Galante was not terminated because of personal information related to his interview, as he has recently implied with the Gaming Control Board. He was terminated for falsifying records related to where he was while he was checked in to work. Does that sound accurate to you? Are you aware that that's the statement that your previous employer has stated to the Gaming Control Board?
No, I never received that letter, or I do know that it's falsification of time clocks is what they said I did. But that was brought up to their attention to Richard Swan and my director, Thomas Casaros, during that about half a minute interview. They did ask where I was, and they said that they would investigate. And they did not investigate. They just terminated me. As soon as I left that meeting, within an hour, I found out that I was terminated. So an investigation did not happen. I found out through other employees that I was terminated. I didn't find out through HR until I was terminated until the next day. So on Thursday, HR Director Richard Swan said, we have done a full investigation and we have decided to move forward with your termination. That was on the 9th. But I found out from employees that I was terminated 30 minutes after I left that interview with both Thomas Casaros and Richard Swan.
I understand when you were notified. And I guess my point was really is, are you aware that the kind of outcome of the investigation was that it was really for 3 days, right? In which they were saying you did not check into a location and were not present. And as you were discussed earlier with the judge, it's also claiming that 2 of those days you claimed mileage for. And in line with that, it's not just that 1 day related to your interview with the Gaming Control Board. I want to clarify that the allegation here is that there were multiple days leading up during that week that where you were not present, checked into the location that you had allegedly been supposed to be at. That was what I wanted to clarify for the record. And then the other point that I want to raise is this letter also states that NRSI has a policy requiring management employees to spend at least 30 hours per week inside of their locations. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and I did. So that was brought up in that interview with Richard Swan and Thomas Casaros. Where was I? I told him where I was, and he said, if we pulled cameras, would we see you there? And I said, absolutely. I was still working on my Gaming Control Board paperwork at that time, so I know exactly where I was. So I told them that, and they said, okay, we are going to investigate, and we'll fill you in tomorrow. And that's when they asked for my keys and my laptop, but they didn't investigate any further. If they would have checked the camera, and I was there at the location. So the information that they've given you is false.
All right. I just wanted to make sure you're aware that's the information that
Yes.
we were provided from
Yes.
NRSI. And then also, if you can you tell me a little bit about your personal history and my understanding is you've filed for bankruptcy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
I filed for bankruptcy, I believe, in 2018 or 19. I was going through a divorce. That's when financially we were unstable.
How much was that approximately for? Do you recall?
I do not. No.
Okay. And so my understanding is you filed bankruptcy in 2008 as a Chapter 13, and then in 2018, 10 years later, as a Chapter 7. Does that sound correct?
Yes, the first one was with the housing crisis. They wanted me to pay back, I believe, $1,300 a month at the time. I told my lawyer I could not afford that, and they still proceeded with that at the time.
Understood. So from what I have in my records is in 2008, you filed for bankruptcy for about $950,000. Does that sound accurate?
2008, I had 3 houses. That could be accurate.
And then in 2018, it was Chapter 7 bankruptcy for $228,000 approximately. Does that sound correct?
I don't know that figure. I didn't own anything at that time.
But you did file for bankruptcy.
I did
again.
file for
Okay.
bankruptcy, yes.
I just wanted to get that clarified. If we go back, there was a time period in your employment history where in 2015, at that time, I think you worked at Red Rock Casino. Resort and Spa as a butler. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And then it says here that the position was eliminated. Do you recall that?
yes.
And then what happened after that?
I took a couple months off and I applied for NRSI as a bartender.
Okay, so during that time, what I have in my notes is as far as what did you disclose to our agents on your employment during that time as far as what income you received or what occurred during that time?
I don't remember what was stated during the interview. I believe that the answer should be the same, that I took off a couple months, was given a check for 10,000. And then I was hired by NRSI. Somebody at Red Rock, used to work at Red Rock, gave my name to somebody at NRSI, and I started as a bartender.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because in our materials, I believe I have here that Galante had an undisclosed period of employment at the Rio as a full-time butler from February 2015 through March 2015. And it stated he was voluntarily terminated for family, home, personal obligations. Does that recall, Bell, that you worked at the Rio during that time period?
I worked one event for the Rio, one day, 1 8-hour shift or 10-hour shift. I don't remember how long it was, but I had an event. I was working at the Cosmo, I believe, and then needed assistance with an event for Elton John in his suite at the Plaza Suites. And I brought that up during the investigation.
You did bring that up during
Yes.
this. Okay, because here it says that it was not disclosed during your investigation. That was something that our agents found.
Okay, I brought that up during the investigation about the Palazzo Suites, and I did work there one day.
Okay, well, I just wanted to be noted that here our investigators stated that there was a period of employment that you had at the Rio from February 19th, 2015 through March 12th, 2015. And that was not disclosed on the documents that was provided to them. That was something they highlighted to us as a concern.
Okay.
So just wanted you to be aware.
Thank you.
Moving on, you talked about your employment at the Red Rock Casino. In an initial interview, can you tell me about how you got hired to that position?
I just applied. I was at the Cosmopolitan. I applied. They were looking to restart the Butler program. There wasn't any butlers. I believe I forgot the GM's name, but I was hired by the GM. He said I wasn't planning on leaving the Cosmo, but I seen that come up for Red Rock, and I wanted something off the strip. So I did interview and I was hired, and it was supposed to be a long-term commitment. They brought in and paid specific trainers for the Butler program, and we spent a couple weeks training, which I know was not cheap for them. And then yeah, it was only, I believe, 8 months for employment with that.
Okay, and I guess a little bit issue here too is staff, when they reviewed your Red Rock employment files, it stated that your reason for termination was resigned. That's what you told them, that you resigned, and you made no mention to them that you also received a $10,000 severance. So there was a disconnect there between what you told the agents and then what was disclosed to them, you know, when you met with them or however you told them about your employment history. So do you think you just forgot about that, or what happened there?
I don't know if I forgot about it, or I don't know if it was asked, but I asked for a severance and I was given a severance from Red Rock. I mean, there's nothing to cover up or hide there.
Right,
I
and
don't-
so you just didn't remember to bring that up to the agents when they asked you about it?
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe I did. Maybe I thought that question was brought up, but yeah, no.
Okay, and it was a little different because it was also stated that you said that you were hired into a position that was eliminated. But then in the information at Red Rock employee, it says, which listed his reason for termination as resigned. So having your position eliminated is very different than having a reason for termination as resigned.
And
So
I'm not sure.
that's why
what
I'm not understanding the difference there between what was put in your Red Rock employment file and then what was stated in your initial interview with the agents. So that was something that was just kind of highlighted.
Okay, I'm not sure if at the time they said to resign, or I'm not sure how they want to word the position, or the let go, or the closing of the Butler program at the time. But that's what it was.
Okay. And again, I just am trying to go through, there was all these discrepancies.
Yes.
In your employment history and what occurred when you started your interview process. Then obviously NRSI did their own investigation on you and determined to terminate you. So that's raises some concerns for us. When you're here before us, there are requirements for suitability, and that when you're licensed, we want people of good character and fitness and honesty in the gaming industry. And so there's concerns here, right? And there's concerns in the fact that it's also my understanding that you've expressed that you're currently seeking employment in the gaming industry again. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so those are concerns for us, that you have this sort of inaccuracies and dishonesty in your file with our agents when you're looking to continue employment within the gaming industry.
Well, unfortunately, the investigation wasn't finished. So these questions would have came up, and I would have answered them then. We've had multiple meetings with counsel and Miss Cohen, and they said questions would be answered, and you would have to questions would come up, and you would have to answer those questions. If you failed, or you forgot, or didn't put something on the application, don't worry, they will find it and they will ask you about it. That's why the application was not complete, because of my termination. But I'm saying my termination was not for the reasons they're saying. So I'm sitting here saying that it wasn't time clock fraud. I didn't have time for that time clock fraud. I was a salary employee, over 52 locations, and did what I was told for the clock-in procedures. I would clock in and clock out.
Okay, I'll pass it along to my colleagues for now.
Okay.
If they want to take questions.
Judge Assad, further questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Let me go back to Red Rock Casino. Says that this is the report from Agent Young. During the initial interview, Galante stated that the position he was hired into was eliminated, and he was offered a $10,000 severance. That's what you told Agent Young.
Okay.
Staff reviewed Galante's Red Rock employment file, which listed his reason for termination as resigned, and you made no mention of severance.
I made no reference of severance
to the severance, $10,000. Yeah, so that wasn't true.
Did he?
You didn't tell him the truth.
He asked if I received severance?
No, you're supposed to disclose everything openly and honestly and candidly to the agent. Going to Aria Resort, Galante stated during his initial interview that he left Aria Resort and Casino in April 2011 because of quote unquote terrible management. That's what you said. You said they were terribly managed.
Mm-hmm.
He stated that his wife was pregnant and in the hospital. But when Galante attempted to leave work, his manager accused him of lying about his wife being pregnant, resulting in Galante quitting. You quit, right?
No, I didn't return from my leave.
Staff noted discrepancies with his explanation. Galante's first son was born April 10th, 2009, a week after his termination from the Venetian outlined below, and not during his employment with Aria. Galante's second son was born 4 months prior to his termination with the Aria on December 2nd, 2010. A review of Aria's employment records showed Galante was involuntarily terminated for unauthorized leave of absence. Staff was able to obtain one write-up from Aria related to his attendance. Galante had an unsigned suspension dated a week prior to his termination and was thus involuntarily terminated for unauthorized leave of absence from Aria. So bottom line, you weren't truthful with our agent.
Yes, I was 100% truthful.
So why would the agent say you were not?
I'm not sure why the agent said what he said. I'm telling you what happened at the Aria and at the Red Rock.
Do you know the agent personally?
No, I don't.
You've never had any contact or relationship with him prior to this?
Agent Young?
Yes.
No.
So he has no reason to be untruthful in this report, does he?
No, but
he has no bias or prejudice against you, correct?
No, but you're bringing up a question Okay, let's go back to Red Rock. Did he ask me if I received the severance?
Doesn't mention that. I mean, you're supposed to be candid. When you tell him why you were terminated, you gave him a different reason than what he was able to discover from the records.
Okay, I can't control what Red Rock puts in their records when I leave, but I resigned and I received the $10,000 from them. So
According to Agent Young, you were not being truthful or candid with him during his interview with you.
yes, I was. I put that on my application that I resigned.
He says you weren't. So who am I supposed to believe, you or him?
Why is he saying that I wasn't truthful with him? Is my question.
You have a pending lawsuit against a retail food establishment, and we don't need to get into the specifics of it, but what is the status of that? Is the case still ongoing?
No, we're at the end here. They filed to go back to the arbitrator's decision. So it should be closed here within a couple weeks.
And do you have an attorney representing you in that matter?
No, I do not.
You're representing yourself?
Yes.
You draft the pleadings yourself that you file with the court?
No.
Who drafts those?
A friend of my father. This was brought up in the investigation, and he helps me, assists me, and he puts the paperwork together.
And then he writes his name on the pleadings?
Most of them, I believe, yes. Paul Klein, yes. He puts on there that he prepared the document. Correct.
So he signs it as the guy preparing it, and then you sign it as the plaintiff in the case, the party bringing the lawsuit.
That's correct.
And he is not an attorney?
No, he's not an attorney.
But yet he signs court pleadings that says, my name is so-and-so, and I sign this document as the non-lawyer who drafted it?
As a non-lawyer, he is a non-lawyer. He's not a lawyer. And he drafts documents. He writes documents. He writes it by hand. Yeah.
Let me be real clear with this next question.
Of course.
Focus here. He helped you draft these. He sends them to you, and he signs a document that gets filed with a court that says his name on that document, that I am not an attorney, but yet I'm filling out this pleading with the court on behalf of Mr. Galante, and he signs that document.
No, he puts on there prepared by his name, Paul Klein. So he does not sign the document. I sign the document and I file the document.
Okay. Paul Klein's name is on this document that's filed with the court.
Some documents, yes, he puts prepared by Paul Klein. That's what he puts on the document.
And then you sign it and file it with the court.
I sign it if I believe it's acceptable, yes.
Has he ever signed it under where it says prepared by Paul Klein? Does he sign it?
No. No,
Just your signature.
My wife and I would sign that as plaintiffs and file that with the courts.
Can I ask one clarifying question? Where is Mr. Klein right now?
He's in prison in Carson City.
And what is he there for?
I believe he hurt somebody, or may have murdered somebody.
Staff research indicates that he is likely incarcerated at High Desert State Prison, serving a sentence of life without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder. Does that sound correct?
Yes, so that's the information you received, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, other questions?
No. Thank you, Chairman. No, I think we've created enough information to make a determination.
Well, let's do this. Let's start with the application that we have in front of us, which is a request by NRSI, application for licensure as a key employee of Mr. Galante. The request is to withdraw that application filed by Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. On that specific motion only, do either of you have comments, or would you be prepared to make a motion on whether or not to accept that request to withdraw?
Yeah, I'm of the mindset to deny that request to withdraw the application.
Member Sendall.
I don't have any comments.
Okay. I also am not of the opinion to allow a request to withdraw the application at this stage. So Judge, if you want to make a motion, let me clarify first to the Attorney General's office. If we deny the request to withdraw the application, is that the only open meeting law matter that's before us today? Or can we then consider the actual application on our agenda?
You can consider both that are on the agenda. They have to have two separate motions. So there needs to be one motion for the request to withdraw and one motion for the application for licensure.
Thank you, Deputy Lawrence. That was my understanding as well. So we actually have two items. The application for licensure as a key employee is noted for the open meeting law, and then there's been a request to withdraw the application. So if we took a motion on the request, we still are in our open meeting law for the application.
That's correct, Chair.
Great, thank you. Judge, would you be prepared to make a motion on the request to withdraw the application?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I am. I move to deny the request to withdraw the application for licensure as a key employee with prejudice.
Member Sendall.
I second that motion.
Okay. I'm also in agreement with that. I'm not of the opinion that we should allow this application to be withdrawn. So, Madam Secretary, will you please call for the vote on the request to withdraw the application?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. So their motion to request to withdraw the application is denied. Therefore, we still have the application for licensure of key employee, Mr. Galante, in front of us. I'll go ahead and start by saying that I'm extremely troubled by the number of discrepancies, and I only temper that with the fact that the investigation was around 50% complete on your personal background, less than that on your financials. But really what we're focused on today is your ability to pass Nevada's requirements regarding licensure as to character, honesty, and integrity. I don't say that to besmirch you in any way. I say that because that's what we're required to do. We have to consider each applicant that comes before us on those particular grounds straight out of the Nevada revised statutes. The fact that the application investigation is not complete causes me a little bit of saying, maybe we should finish the investigation. I believe that's what you've stated on the record is if I had the opportunity, I would explain all these. I may have said one thing, they may have understood something else. If they asked me again, I think that's what you were saying, as I would have another opportunity to explain myself. These opportunities usually don't arise at this stage because we don't get to mid-court and then have these hearings. We usually are all the way at the end of the court, and then we say, now it's time to have this discussion. So I say that for the purpose of the record that I may want to have further investigation so that Mr. Galante can hear his side of the story be investigated. Now, normally the applicant, the company for the applicant is usually not paying that, but Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., you're the one who brought this to us. And if we send this back for further investigation, Mr. Smith, it would be NRSI that would be paying for that. And I'm not saying that as a question to you. I'm saying that as a statement to you is that this application is still ongoing, although the employee is not currently employed by your company. Does that make sense?
Understood.
Okay. And I want to hear from my fellow colleagues if you're of the opinion that you have enough information that you want to move forward with a vote today on whether or not to grant or deny the application for licensure as a key employee of Mr. Galante, or would you be of the opinion that it should be sent back to investigations to complete the investigation with all the questions that we've raised today on the record? Judge, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. when I take everything as a totality of all the circumstances as a whole, it would not get any better for Mr. Galante, assuming the investigation were to resume. And even if he had 1,000 good points in his favor, I have enough here from what I've seen from this report to make a determination that he's unsuitable to work in the gaming industry. So I'm prepared to move forward at this point in time with the information I have, because I don't see any way that anything to be found in the future could mitigate that or make it any better for Mr. Galante. So I'm of the mindset to move forward today.
Member Sindall, your thoughts?
Agreed.
Mr. Galante, anything you'd like to add before we consider a motion?
Yes, I would like to say everything I put on the application is true and correct. The judge has me saying as I'm lying on the application. I did not lie on the application. I was truthful with Agent Young. As you said, if the application would move forward, I'll be able to explain myself. I've tried to explain myself here, but as you said, the application was not complete. I was only halfway through the application, and here we are. I've been in the gaming business since I was 17 years old, and I would like to stay in the state of Nevada and under some capacity in the gaming business. Either maybe a bartender or something like that. But I do have answers for everything. I understand that. I do appreciate your time and listening on this. I didn't understand a couple of questions from a judge regarding the severance and the questions that he had. I don't have application in front of me. I don't have information that was stated in that interview. If a severance was, if that was asked, if I did receive a severance, I would not say no. It would, of course, be yes. So I don't believe they asked that question. I don't remember him asking that. But if he did say, you know, Matthew, did you receive your severance from Red Rock? Absolutely, I would say 100% yes, because I did receive that. Going back to Aria, I was on FMLA leave for my birth of my child, my son. And I tried to explain that earlier. I was on approved FMLA leave for my son when a manager called saying I did not have my boy. He tried to send flowers to the room. And that was true. I did have my son during FMLA, and I chose not to go back to Aria because of that person. I did not come back from FMLA. So I'm not sure what Aria put in the folder, or yes, I'm aware of what they put in the folder now, but what I put on the application is true. I did not come back from FMLA leave for Aria, and for Red Rock, resigned. And that's what happened.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Appreciate you having the opportunity to present your side of the story. Deputy Lawrence or Senior Deputy McGaugh, can either of you please explain the ramifications for the record of what happens if there is a recommendation of denial of Mr. Galante's application today and when it goes before the commission later this month?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The main ramification is that gaming licensees would not be allowed to contract with the applicant going forward without explicit permission from the commission on specific jobs. Mostly that's related to gaming. I mean, to simplify it, would be gaming related contracts or gaming related positions. You would be pretty much not allowed probably to work within the industry in a gaming capacity. That would be without explicit commission permission to do so. That's the gist of what the ramifications are.
And his name would be placed on the gray list, correct?
Yes, his name would be placed on what's called the gray list, and he would be on that gray list. He could request removal from the gray list after 5 years, but until the 5-year period has passed, he would remain on that gray list. That gray list would be published to everybody in the industry, so they would be aware that he is on that list.
Thank you, Senior Deputy McGaugh. I will say that I'm I'm close on this one. I'm troubled by the number of instances, as I mentioned, Mr. Galante. A lot of times we face one or two discrepancies. Yours are way past one or two. But again, I'm troubled by the fact that the investigation isn't complete. Our investigative staff is the best in the world, bar none. I will put that up against any gaming jurisdiction, literally around the globe. All of our agents are highly trained, highly respected, and of the utmost integrity. When given the chance to dig in and get to the answer, they always get an answer. They, as the FBI say, always get their man. I am concerned here personally that we are not at the finish line that I mentioned earlier. So I am personally of the opinion that I would like to give the investigative staff time to finish up this application and bring it back to the board members at a time that the investigation is complete. You've had an opportunity to explain your side. I don't know where that may fall, because there is so many discrepancies and we're talking about a long period of time that you're going to have to explain. But that's personally where I'm at. And with that being for the record, either my colleagues can add something to the record or make a motion, either way.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks, and I appreciate your position and I understand it. Given the fact that a gaming license is a highly privileged license, and given the fact that under NRS 463-170 subsection 1 subsection A, where a person's character, honesty, and integrity are the key elements to finding suitability, and pursuant to the discussion set forth on the record here today and the information provided in the investigative report by Agent Young, which was thorough, complete, and comprehensive, even though it was not completely finished, I move today to recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission the denial of Matthew Roy Galante's application for licensure as a key employee on the grounds that the applicant has failed to satisfy the burden of proving his qualifications to be licensed as required by NRS 463-170 sub 1. Specifically, he has failed to establish that he is a person of good character, honesty, and integrity as required by that statute in sub 1 and sub A. He has failed to provide the board with full and accurate information relating to his applications as required by NRS 463.339. And he has violated NGC Regulation 4.040 sub 2 by having made untrue statements of material fact in his application and in statements provided to the board. He has willfully omitted from his application and other notices, statements, and reports submitted to the board material facts which were required to be stated therein. And he has omitted to state material facts necessary to make the facts stated not misleading in view of the circumstances in which they were stated. That's my motion.
Member Sindall, questions, comments?
I do have comments. I don't know if I need to second the motion first, but
There's no need to
okay. We did talk about some of your employment history. We talked about NRSI in terms in which you left there, which were the most recent. We talked about some gaps in your unemployment and some kind of undisclosed additional employment that you had at the Rio. We talked about some discrepancies in what was stated to the agents regarding your employment at Red Rock Casino. And we also discussed, the judge discussed your employment at the ARIA and some inconsistencies about what was stated and what ARIA had stated in their documents. What we didn't, and what I don't recall for sure for the record, what we discussed is also your employment at the Venetian as well. And there were discrepancies as well about in your initial interview, during your initial interview with the agents that you left, that when you left ARIA, initially claimed on your form that during your initial interview that he left the Venetian when the ARIA opened. But however, when asked about the 9-month unemployment gap between the Venetian and ARIA, you explained that you had a neck surgery and initially stated that the surgery was not the reason he left the Venetian, but instead he took some time to recover between employments, but then later on said he left the Venetian when his FMLA expired. So there were additional inconsistencies and subsequent to the review of the agent's review of your Venetian employment file and the review, there were multiple other instances of leaves of absences, use of calling in sick, and discrepancies on when you left and why you stated you left and the status of your employment when you left there. And staff's review of your HR file indicated that you were counseled multiple times, 9 times at the Venetian, which included 2 performance improvement plans, 3 career decision day write-ups, all but 1 related to absenteeism, not abiding by time and attendance policy, and leaving work early, which this seems to me is a habitual nature of also that has, funneled through your other employers up and through, including your most recent employer, which was NRSI. And you additionally, on your employment application or your personal history disclosure form with the agents, when asked questions as most recently in early January 2025, you were asked with regard to list employments if you had ever been discharged, quote, discharged, suspended, or asked to resign from employment, and you stated no. And you were also asked in the last 10 years if you had, quote, ever charged with any infraction in relation to any employment which was the subject of any disciplinary action, and you stated no. Galani was then asked if he had ever been written up, to which he stated that with NRSI, he could have been written up a couple of times. In the rare case that he was ever late, but that he could not recall ever being written up to any other casino. Being written up at any other casino. But the evidence before us in our file shows very, very differently. So I feel very comfortable moving forward with the information that our agents have provided us. And with that, I'd be happy. I second the judge's motion.
It's unusual for me to ask you for further comments after a motion, but based on what's now been put into the record, and you heard Member Sindall say that you answered those questions by saying no. Is there anything specifically you want to answer when you said no to those questions?
Again, when I met with counsel and Ms. Cohen, I put the application together. We submitted together. We went over the whole application, and they said, "Don't worry. If we run into something, questions will be asked." Again, I was terminated. I was not able to answer those questions until today, until it was brought up to me yesterday by email from Agent Young. This is what we have. This is what we're preparing. This is what has come against you. This is what we found. So I had a day to prepare responses for everyone. Again, we're in the middle of the application process. I'm being told by counsel for NRSI not to worry. If the question comes up, we'll handle it. You answer truthfully, we'll look into it, and that's all.
Thank you for that. I
Yes.
appreciate it. And because we actually do have Mr. Smith and Ms. Cohen here, Mr. Smith, do you want to agree or disagree with his statement that if questions come up, they can be addressed?
Of what Mr. Galante said, I'd say the only thing that was accurate for what we told him was to tell the truth. I would say that when we meet with all of the applicants, it's essentially the opposite of what Mr. Galante is saying. We told him you need to put everything on this application. I'm not sure, perhaps he was confused when we met, but I'm sure Ms. Cohen could come here and
Ms. Cohen?
say the same thing, but we certainly didn't tell him to not worry about it and it'll work itself out. That's in fact the opposite of what we told him. It was, you need to put everything down, and if you don't know what happened, you need to take every step that you can to try to figure out what happened. So
thank you for that, Mr. Smith.
Yes, and that is correct. But we do sit down. We've had multiple meetings where they say, fill it all in, give 100% on this application, and then if the Gaming Control Board has any questions on this application, they will reach out to us. Definitely, they will reach out to us, and then you'll have time to prepare and to give those answers.
Thank you for that. So we have a motion, and I've explained where I'm at. I want to put on the record that I believe there's no doubt that the investigation, along with the record that we've created today, provides abundant evidence that there is grounds to deny your application. However, I am still, as I've stated for the record, I would personally like to see the investigation to be completed. So I will be voting accordingly, but I do believe the record is fully replete with instances that would support the motion that's before the board this afternoon. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
And I'm going to vote nay only for the purposes of I would like to see investigation done, but I will say for the record that I do not know if that would change the outcome of this vote today. I would encourage you strongly to consult with a gaming attorney or attorney with knowledge of the gaming laws and regulations in the state of Nevada. The commission meets in a couple of weeks. And as you heard from the Deputy Attorney General, there are ramifications if the commission does not overturn the vote of the board today. They can have long-lasting ramifications for your ability to work in the gaming industry. So I encourage you, to the extent you can afford it, to the extent you can talk to somebody, seek out competent gaming counsel. We
Okay.
appreciate you being here today.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us, I think, to our last item. Is that correct?
That is correct, but the court reporter is requesting a small break.
How about 5 minutes?
Sounds good.
Very good. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, let's go back on the record from our recess. Madam Secretary, please call in the next to last item on our agenda today.
Next for your consideration is the imposition of penalties in addition to those imposed by the Board of Steward/State Steward on Alvaro Torres pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30.910 subsection 2 related to horse racing violations based on referral by the Board of Steward/State Steward.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I believe we have Senior Deputy Attorney General McKellar who will be presenting this matter.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hendrick. Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for your consideration is the recommendation of the State Steward that the Board and Commission impose additional penalties on Alvaro Torres as a trainer with a Nevada horse race license. To the best of my knowledge, even though the law allowing it has been in place for approximately 30 years, this is the first referral to you from the State Steward or Board of Stewards for additional penalties. Pursuant to Chapter 466 of the Nevada Revised Statutes and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30, the Board and Commission are responsible for the regulation of horse racing which occurs in Nevada. The day-to-day supervision of horse racing in Nevada is performed by the State Steward, the Board of Stewards, and the Board's Enforcement Division. Regulation 30 authorizes the Board of Stewards to impose penalties for violations of NRS Chapter 466 and Regulation 30 up to $1,000 for fines and up to 180 days for suspension of licenses. If the Board of Stewards desires to impose greater penalties, it may refer the matter to the Board and Commission. After a race meet has concluded, the State Steward may act as the Board of Stewards. This matter is before you today because the State Steward, acting as the Board of Stewards, determined that penalties greater than he is authorized to impose were warranted. The State Steward imposed the maximum penalty pursuant to his authority and referred the matter to the Board and Commission to impose additional penalties. In his ruling dated March 7th, 2025, the State Steward, Doug Ray, found a violation of Regulation 30.405 by trainer Alvaro Torres. Specifically, on Saturday, August 24th, 2024, the number 6 horse, the same pro, trained by Nevada horse race licensee Alvaro Torres, finished first in the second race at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko. As a result of its first place finish, the horse was submitted for mandatory drug testing. Test results indicated levels of the forbidden substance cocaine, as well as a major urinary metabolite of cocaine in the post-race urine sample. As a result, the winnings from the horse were redistributed, and the State Steward fined Mr. Torres $1,000 and suspended his Nevada horse racing license for 180 days. The maximum extent of the steward's authority. In addition, the State Steward referred this matter to you for imposition of additional penalties. Along with this referral, the State Steward recommended that you impose additional penalties in the form of an additional $1,000 fine for a total of $2,000 and an extension of the suspension from 180 days to 1 year. As the referral is to both the Board and Commission, this matter is before you for recommendation to the Commission. The State Steward referred this matter to you because of its severity. To the best of my knowledge, this has not happened before. The Association of Racing Commissioners International, or ARCI, considers the administration of cocaine to a horse to be a Category A offense. The ARCI's recommendation for a first offense is a 1 to 3 year suspension and the greater of a $10,000 fine or 10% of the total purse. The purse in this instance was $7,000. However, given Nevada's low purse amounts, the State Steward and Board of Stewards usually do not follow ARCI recommendations for fine amounts. You may forward the recommendation of the State Steward to the Commission and recommend an additional fine of $1,000, $2,000 total, and extend the suspension period to be 1 year. You may also recommend different additional penalties or decline to impose additional penalties. Potential different additional penalties would include revocation of Mr. Torres' Nevada horse race license, as well as modifying the fine amount or suspension duration. NRS Chapter 466 and Regulation 30 do not contain maximum limits for fines or suspensions. However, reasonableness is always implied. Due to the fact that Mr. Torres did not appear at his evidentiary hearing, he is probably not able to appeal any decision made by you. If you decide a suspension greater than 1 year is warranted, I recommend you revoke Mr. Torres's license, coupled with a period in which Mr. Torres is not permitted to reapply. This is because Mr. Torres' license expires under its own terms on December 31st of this year. As the referral is to both the board and commission, this matter is before you for recommendation to the commission. Andrew Olson and Justin Woods, as well as Russ Neal of the board's enforcement division based in Elko, although Russ Neal is based in Reno, are present today by video, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Deputy McKellar. For the record, was Mr. Torres notified of today's hearing?
Yes, we individually notified him in full compliance with the open meeting law by certified mail.
Okay, and then just again, for purposes of the record, is Mr. Torres either present here in Las Vegas or present in Carson City? Don't believe so. All right. Judge, why don't you go ahead and start if you have questions for Mr. McKellar or any of the enforcement agents.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. So you said something about if we didn't want to do the fine amounts with the 1 year suspension, yeah, $2,000 fine or 1 year, that we could have an option to basically issue a revocation where he could not reapply. Is that correct?
I would recommend, if you do a revocation, that you indicate a period in which he cannot reapply. And this is just based on a suspension greater than 1 year is meaningless because his license expires by its terms on December 31st of this year.
Right. Okay. What's this?
Member Sendall, go ahead.
One second. Let me just to add to that, though, for me, this is outrageous. We only have that race up there once a year. Is that correct, Mr. McKellar?
There's a meet in Elko once a year, and then there's a meet in Ely once a year. I think the enforcement agents would be able to confirm that or add more detail.
So that being said, then, if you just revoke them for a year, he misses one race. So that's I don't think that would be sufficient given this case. This is outrageous. Drugging a horse with cocaine. He could have killed the horse. That's just unacceptable. I have no tolerance for people who abuse animals like that. So I'm looking to impose the maximum fine and suspension possible. Thank you, Chairman.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. And thank you for your affirmative presentation, Mr. McKellar. And just for the record, the $7,000 purse was never received then by Mr. Torres.
No, it was not, and it was redistributed as if the second place horse came in first and so on down the line.
Okay, thank you. I agree. This is concerning, very egregious, and hopefully the horse is healthy and okay. I also want to just clarify that based on your affirmative presentation under the NRS Chapter 466 and Reg 30, there's no max imposed on us on fines and suspensions. But as you stated, I believe we want to be reasonable on whatever amount that we would propose here as a potential fine and suspension. I'm not sure what my colleagues feel here. I agree that perhaps more than what the Steward Ray recommended is warranted. I'm open to ideas on that. Maybe somewhere between $3,000 to $5,000, maybe a 2-year suspension. But I'm open to see what you think. I'm just throwing out some possibilities here. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. And along with both my esteemed colleagues, I'm very troubled by this. As stated for the record, we have only a couple of horse race meets a year, and it's our responsibility, obviously, to protect the integrity of gaming and horse racing, but in this situation, also protect the integrity of the horses in the race exactly, and to the jockeys that are participating. Whenever you dope an animal, there is a high risk for concern to the animal as well as the participants in the race. So concerns me greatly. There is doping that happens in horse racing, but there are penalties for it, and Mr. Torres should face those penalties. There are also instances where illegal drugs are obtained. I don't know how Mr. Torres obtained cocaine, but you're not supposed to be in possession of cocaine. So that could be actually a matter to be turned over to the law enforcement authorities in the jurisdiction of how he obtained and administered cocaine to this poor animal. So I, again, am very troubled by this and know that we have to protect the integrity of gaming and of horse racing in our state. So I am also of the belief that the recommendation of just $1,000 more in the suspension is not enough. I would be interested in revoking the license, a higher fine, and then a condition that he not be allowed to reapply for a certain amount of time. I believe that's acceptable. And I would think that normally we have in our gray list that you don't get an opportunity to even seek to get off a gray list for 5 years. So I would be of the opinion that this would be comparable to that, although it doesn't neatly fit into it under this particular statute. I would say that I'd be interested in a revocation of his license, a condition that he not be allowed to reapply for 5 years from the date if the commission approves it. And I would agree to a fine of, I would say, in the range of $3,000 to $5,000, understanding that Mr. McKellar said he did not receive any money for the race, which I think is very important because he cheated and certainly should not receive anything for ill-gotten gain from the race. Judge, further comments?
I concur, agree completely. I was thinking along the same lines, thinking something about a revocation for 5 years with a $5,000 fine.
Let me ask Deputy Lawrence or Senior Deputy McGaw, if we were to take a motion based on what the judge just said, a revocation of Mr. Torres's license, how would you word that he could not reapply for 5 years if we've revoked his license?
Chair
John
Hendrick,
might
I
be able
did
to answer.
provide potential motion language to Member Sandal and Member Assad.
Okay.
So it would be something along the lines of to revoke Mr. Torres' Nevada horse race license with a prohibition on his reapplication for 5 years following commission approval of this recommendation.
So that's exactly my question, Senior Deputy McKellan. Since you've done the research, you fill me in. We revoke his license. What basis are we saying that he can't reapply? You said a prohibition on him reapplying based on what?
I guess it would be a conditioning. I think you could. I would have to look real quick, but I think you may condition a revocation.
That's interesting, right? We certainly have the ability to condition, we have the ability to suspend, we have the ability to limit, but if we revoke somebody's license, I'm wondering what we attach a condition to. Now, certainly we could leave a very detailed record that says, dear Mr. Torres, if you ever seek to reapply to the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission for a license for horse racing in the state of Nevada in the next 5 years, good luck getting that approved. But I'm just interested if there's a legal right to condition a revocation.
I think you may very well be correct in that, but
okay. So we couldn't. I'll give Senior Deputy McGaw and Deputy Lawrence a minute, but it seems to me that my guess is Mr. Torres probably should stay out of Nevada's racing industry and gaming industry for probably the rest of his life if I had a vote on it. That is not a prejudgment of any future application, because I probably won't be here in 5 years. But I would say if we aren't allowed to condition a revocation, that a very clear record would make it for any future board or commission to understand what we have in front of us today. Deputy Lawrence, Senior Deputy McGaw, anything you want to add?
Chair Hendrick, under Regulation 3.900, it does give the board and commission are empowered to discipline, suspend, fine, and bar from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the board and commission. So I think that gives you the authority to bar him for a certain period of time, which would be equivalent to what I believe the motion is.
I like that. So it's not a condition on the revocation. It's a motion that would be to revoke his current license. It's a bar of him to be involved in, what did you say, any track in Nevada?
Bar from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the board and commission.
There you go. Bar from racing on any track in Nevada by the board and commission for, I believe the judge said 5 years, and the imposition of a recommendation of the commission of a fine of $5,000. Does that sound like what you were going for, Judge Assad?
Exactly.
Go ahead if you want to make that motion.
Thank you, Chairman
Or
Hendrick.
actually, it's a motion for recommendation to the
to the
commission.
commission,
You got it.
I would move that we make a recommendation to the Nevada Gaming Commission that Mr. Torres's license be revoked immediately upon approval by the commission for a period of barred for 5 years from racing on any track in Nevada by the board or commission pursuant to Reg 3.900, and that a fine of $5,000 be imposed as well.
Member Sendall, anything else you'd like to add before we call for the vote?
Yeah, just to clarify
If I
that.
could just clarify, it's 30.900, not
30.9, I'm sorry, 30.900.
Thank you.
And I wanted to clarify that the motion is seeking to revoke Mr. Torres's Nevada horse race license currently in place, revoking the current license and then barring him from any future racetracks for 5 years.
That's correct.
And the $5,000 fine. I second that motion.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well.
And
Very good.
to
Madam
just
Secretary.
clarify
McKellar,
for the
go ahead.
record, is the $5,000, is that total, or is it $5,000 in addition to the fine imposed by the state steward? And then the effective date of the bar, would that be from commission approval?
Yes, that's, I think I stated that, and the 5,000 would be total.
So it'd be, there's already been 1,000, so it would be an additional 4,000, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. Does that all make sense to you, Mr. McKellar?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
And I'm sorry, could I do one more clarification? So the recommendation, if I recall from the state steward, was just a suspension though, but we're essentially not going to have a suspension whatsoever, and we're doing the revoke and a bar.
Correct.
Okay.
So the suspension wouldn't really matter if the license is revoked.
okay, I think we're super clear on this. We need to restate it, Mr. McKellar, Senior Deputy McGaw, Deputy Lawrence, or do you believe the commission will understand what the motion is?
I can restate it if you
Why
want.
don't you go ahead, just so much we clarified a
Yeah,
couple of
I
points.
move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission regarding Mr. Torres, his license in the racing industry, that license be revoked for a period of 5 years, and that he be barred for 5 years from any racetrack in Nevada by the board or the commission pursuant to Regulation 30.900, with an additional fine of $4,000 to be added to the $1,000 fine that's already been imposed by the steward.
Great, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. McKellar.
Thank
And Madam
you.
Secretary, I believe that brings us to a last item on our agenda for today.
Correct. This is the public comments item, and this item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's start in Carson City. Okay, everybody line up orderly. No pushing, no shoving. Okay, we have nobody in Carson City. How about here in Las Vegas? Everybody line up. No line up here either. All right, my fellow board members, anything else you'd like to make in public comment today?
I would just like to say that excellent job today, Chairman, by you conducting this lengthy meeting. And we'll all convene here tomorrow. Can't wait. And we're going to miss you. So I hope you reconsider your statement about retiring early.
Member Sindall, anything for public comment?
No, thank you.
Okay, very good. And as the judge said, this is our first 2-day meeting we've had in about 4 years. And we will be back on the agenda tomorrow with non-restricted 17 and 18, our restricted agenda, and we will be starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. So we are not adjourned. We are recessed until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you all.